Alright, here we go. I can't tell. I feel like it's quiet. Hold on. Chune. Is that better? It's like barely loud. I don't know. It's music though. Very quiet? Okay, hold on. That might be too loud. No, that's not even close to too loud. Is that better? Skonging it right now? You like it? Alright. 621, congrats. That's what, Heathcliff's Canto? Jeez, that's a fucking 15 decibel gain filter. I lost my hotkey to mute my mic, hold on. I don't know if me, like, having to actually go outside has made me lightly sick, or if it's just, like, my body hating life. How am I and how's the new PC? It's good. And I am not as good as my PC, but I'll figure out my homework later. Well, everyone. Honored heads of houses, lords of each family, their proxy members, and little Z-Tune's guests, who stay here at our H-Corp, seems to be extending without a foreseeable end. Allergic to touching grass? Maybe. The outside is dangerous. You rolled Gia Z-Chun and Way Announcer from Standard Extraction? I don't know why you're pulling on Standard Extraction, but congrats. I think I just ended up dispensing the Irish-American daughter. Isn't she technically from Q Corp? What's up with her acting like she's any less of an outsider than we are? Yeah, and did everyone catch that? Our H Corp? Regardless of everything else, the fact that she hijacked the meeting from the get-go is ridiculous, especially with Gia Z-Chun, the family hierarch herself, presiding over this official assembly. Clearly, she is using the pretense of assisting the hierarch to assert her own dominance over these proceedings. He's saying high show first try, so why not Standard Extraction? I mean, maybe, because you don't get the red, and like, isn't the probability? Actually, I'm not sure if it is or not. I guess it might be like 0.5% better in Standard, but like, I don't know. Venerable former GMU has always discussed with and confided in me about the matters of the greatest import, the momentousness of which steered the very course of H Corp's prospects. Even after I departed the family for Q Corp, venerable former GMU has always written missives to confer such matters with me. Thus, as it naturally follows that I would be the inheritor of the venerable GMU's will, I shall be presiding over this regular assembly, which we convene now to discuss and determine the future of H Corp. Your grace certainly befits your station, Lady Yuan Chun. We are all impressed by your utmost dedication to the citizenry of Hongyuan despite your already saturated schedule. We can hardly thank you enough for your magnanimity, Lady Yuan Chun. Ah, my parents. A true shame they couldn't be here. have always sung praises of your expertise, Lady Yuan-shun. Very well, then shall we? Welcome Jia Zichun, the next person to sit upon the seat of Hongyuan's family hierarch. Yup, Pequod Epic. Who is Pequod Epic? You're watching this on your TV? I think this is the second instance of being told my stream is on a TV. Peak Intervallo? I hope so. Pequod Captain? Everyone do be riding her. Greetings, fellow humans. I am. Now, let us begin. For many years, all those who have gathered here have toiled day and night for the eternal prosperity and growth of H Corp. First on the agenda for this assembly are urgent discussions and passage of new major policy items that have been tabled, for far too long. Distributive contribution rights auctioning policy, quarterly amnesty policy. Hold on, big sister Yuan-shun. Whoa, okay. Passing the distributive contribution rights auctioning policy would allow the open auction for any remaining rooms the day before reconstruction days, and the quarterly amnesty wouldn't do anything but give unfair advantage to certain families and high net worth individuals by guaranteeing them large real estate assignments regardless of their performance in the previous quarter. My point is, these policies are going to rattle H Corp's economy the moment they go into effect. Besides, these policies were pretty much drawn to favor lining the pockets of a select few families and high-ranking officials of H Corp. If I may, Venerable Hierarch, lining the pockets. That is quite an odd turn of phrase to refer to the bare minimum of respect the society might repay to its highest contributing members, don't you think? I'm on the bigger than a monitor screen, but smaller than a really big screen. Call it a big screen. Oh, before we continue, Zichun, I'm not entirely certain if you are aware, but ever since the ascension of the new family hierarch, the perceived value of Hongyuan has been racing to the, for lack of a better word, rock bottom. Clearly, this demonstrates Hongyuan's concern and its lack of faith in the newly appointed family hierarch. Therefore, it naturally follows that our most urgent task at hand is to put a stop to this value and reputation freefall and restore prosperity and greatness to Hongyuan once again. Yeah, okay. And that's the family hierarch's job, right? Why are you... If you had perused H Corp's Articles of Association, you would have known that should H Corp be deemed to be in a state of crisis, the four great houses and board of directors' voice may also carry de facto power in the assembly. And the board of directors, that's us, has determined that we are now in a state of crisis. State of crisis? What crisis? Everything that led to my ascension to the family hierarch was legitimate down to the final approval. These unseemly rumors and slander are tanking our value, which we have built up assiduously through the years upon years of toil. So, what is this, if not a state of crisis? And who wouldn't doubt the new family hierarch's qualities, when this decline has coincided precisely with her ascension? It's not the world that's doomed, it's the Shareholder value. That's plummeting. That's causing the world to be doomed. Very well. Then proceed. Jeez. We're all waiting for you to begin your briefing before the assembly regarding the last 30 years' quarterly net revenue records for Hongyuan's singularity-related businesses, your calculations on the next year's fiscal debt forecast, and the exact recipe and variation number for the boluses that have been registered in the last 5 years. The Venerable Hierarch has not received that data prior to the meeting. You must all be aware of the chaos that followed the ascension. We are still indexing all available materials too. Isn't that funny? Not once in the history of Hongyuan has the family hierarch ever failed to provide immediate and detailed answers regarding Hongyuan's historical statistics. The responsibilities tied to the venerable seat of the hierarch, Jiamu, are matched only by the great power bestowed upon it. Thus, how are we to leave the matters of the wing to someone who is so evidently unprepared for the task? Given the present circumstances, our hands may be forced to call to vote the motion of no confidence. Wait, they can just do that? A motion of no confidence, when passed by the high-ranking political officials, can result in the removal of the chief executive from office. So this is the picture of Jia Yuanchun wanted to paint. Impotent family hierarch stammering and stumbling through her first meeting to the total and near unanimous lack of support from the H-Corp board of directors. Whatever jargon they're on about, seems to me they've got not an ounce of respect for the lass or us. Ever trust twats overly obsessed with numbers and optimizations, they'll be the first ones to kick you out the moment they no longer see you as useful. You're not the only one who's pissed off, so can you please stop shaking your leg for a second? Don't need to make our frustration any more obvious, you know? My arse would have left the chair long ago if it weren't for this lass. In H-Corp, should the board of directors unanimously vote in favor of the motion, certain parts of the family hierarch's powers will be removed. It is entirely possible that she will become a hierarch in name only. Arse. Oh, so they're threatening to fire her unless she falls in line. This is some needlessly convoluted way to... The assembly will now consider the motion of no confidence. Are there any objections to bringing the motion of no confidence against family hierarch Jia Zichun to the floor? Hold on! The vote of no confidence isn't an item you can invoke so lightly. The Shi family has no objections. Let's say the Wang family has no objections either. Jue family too. What?! The arrest of the previous family head seems to have changed precisely nothing. Those in power wore more youthful faces, but their tongues still carried the same old resistance to change. The new family heads were just as uncooperative as ever, and everyone seemed to be solely interested in staying in Jia Yanchun's good graces. Sick the high show on them? True. 'Tis far too vexing to simply watch and do not. Right? I knew you wouldn't let this slide, Don Quixote. They're walking all over Zichun like she's not even here. Forsooth, we cannot let such injustice transpire unbated. Hey, seems like we're both on the same page. That's it. I'm not going to hesitate to make myself heard again. This time I want to be courageous with your help, Don. What the fuck is skincare about to do? Come on, let's do this together, okay? Very well. I am in agreement. Yeah, then let's go on 3 at the same time. If there are no objections, 1, 2, the assembly will put this resolution to vote in a month, and 3. Here, objection! Bloody hell, oi, have you gone mental? Skincare stood tall at the center of the entire room's undivided astonishment. Alone. Yeah. Done. Young Sinclair, thou hast evolved indeed. What an unmitigated pursuer of justice thou hast become, with such unrelenting fervor and utter disregard for decorum. Certainly, mine efforts have finally borne fruit. What the hell? Did Don Quixote or Heathcliff suddenly rub off on you or something? No, wait, no! What happened there, Don Quixote? We were going to... What happened to objecting together? Oh, I had taken thy suggestion to mean that we must voice our dissatisfaction through the official channels, borrowing the titles of the illustrious Red Gaze and the Department of LCC? Sinclair Wright. Phoenix Wright speech bubble, no desk slam, bad objection. How loud is this? Oh, that like peaks my microphone. I don't know what that sounds like, though. Go back to a cool Protoss stream after no internet, but got greeted by a Clash Royale ad instead. My desk slam is good? Alright. OBJECTION! I fixed it. Disputes in succession of power on such a high level of government are hardly ever resolved with such rash grandstanding. Wouldst thou not agree? Why are you normal all of a sudden? Lad, what just happened? What happened to the clammy meek boy? Well, that's... I guess I just assumed this is how Limbus Company rolls now. There seems to have been an unexpected outburst from Zichun's guests. Withdraw your objection, and we will consider this a momentary loss of control and not enter it as an official statement. It was, Pongler, Peem Intervallo. Skincare's eyes were shaking. If you've never objected with your life on the line, or fuck, wait, I forget the meme. If not, I take it that you have full confidence in her abilities, so please, I encourage you to elaborate. When and how will Zichun demonstrate her aptitude for the responsibilities of the family hierarchy? His voice continues to shrivel into a corner. He can't, and how could anyone? How could anyone when we all had a very clear view of her path to ascension? During the family hierarchy evaluation, Jia Baiyu donated the coins he received from Jia Chu to you. Essentially, you pity-partied your way to victory. And for your ascension, Jia Chu and those outsiders from an upstart company had to almost literally carry you to the seat. Has there ever been a single victory attained by your own hands in that entire process? Oh, who's talking? You hate her more than you hate Grandma? I don't know, I feel like Grandma's still pretty bad. But have we not all been witnesses to the qualities she exhibited during the family hierarchy evaluation and her own ascension? You must have no shame, snaking your forked tongue in the audience of both heaven and earth like an unwitting buffoon. Oh shit. Yet, I see the point. The hierarch, with her grace, needs only demonstrate her already established qualifications before all. This is no place for an outsider to speak. But proceed. Just how will she prove herself before us? What an odd statement coming from a fellow outsider who's been chattering for minutes on end. Forgive me, I could only presume from your verbosity that the right to speak in this forum was open to all outsiders. You have said it yourself, no, that the vote of no confidence resolution will proceed in a month. That seems to give the venerable hierarch a month to regain the trust of each family. What? It is rather clear to me that there are so many who find their own defeat in the family hierarch war difficult to accept. Such a doubt is easily resolved. A match between clans should lay out the results quite obviously. Very well, a fair challenge between clans, which would preclude the participation of the family hierarchs, Haisho packs, and the Jialan guards. So you would remove her Pao and Ju before the game even begins? Why not make this test a series of sparring matches in both academia and martial arts, if such is the case? Ha! What audacity! Do you truly have that much faith in Jia Zichun's abilities? You must know the consequences of failing these matches, no? It would be a unanimous, one-sided end to the vote of no confidence. And naturally, any and all rights appertaining to the family hierarchy shall be transferred to the board of directors. Shy politician? Evil worm host? That's crazy. Oh, sly politician. I don't know why I said shy. That is fine by us. You are free to choose any champion whom you see fit. Unfortunately, your underlings don't seem to share your inflated confidence. In the midst of the confused, flabbergasted silence from the other sinners, a clear, carefree yet defiant voice rings out. Honglu's retort. That's not true at all, big sister Yanchun. We actually have just as much confidence in Zichun as she does. Impudent child, how dare he stare me down like that? Then you are welcome to try. 1 month. You have but 1 month to prove before all in the audience that she is, indeed, fit to be the family hierarch. Should you fail, the vote may as well be a mere formality. In other words, should she successfully prove herself, none of you shall again rightly challenge the independent rights and powers bestowed upon the family hierarch. The consequences of such recalcitrance would be no different from those that the traitors are facing, wouldn't you agree? Well then, we will excuse ourselves now. Wait, I'm... Zigong turns around toward us with that same mysterious smile. We may call them sparring matches, but you must know that each and every one of them is a test to prove your claim to the seat of the family hierarch. A month is a time far too brief for drastic improvement, regardless of for whom it may be. Learning from a proper master for 10 months straight might teach you a few things, but who knows how long the search for one such master might take. Not to mention the official channels through which you must bring them past Daguan Yuan's walls, which may take up to 2 months. Why not relent now and relinquish but a part of your powers as the family hierarch to the board of directors? It seemed that this fellow's outsider's mental faculties are impressively lacking. My lord has spoken in the past that, when in the presence of 3 people, at least one of them is bound to be a teacher of mine. And here they are, aren't they? Jia Zichun's masters, each carrying something new to teach her. All 13 of them. What the fuck? We were planning to train Jia Zichun anyway, but it seems that we are now under an unexpected deadline. Hey, when you said the LCB was going to help me out, did you guys mean that you were going to publicly humiliate the crap out of me at the assembly? Haha, of course not, Zichun. Big sister Yuan Chun's an old snake. You've just given her 30 days to set the perfect stage for my downfall, to prove to the world once and for all that I'm not qualified at all to be the family hierarch. But Zichun, weren't you always so good at humbling anyone who dared to underestimate you? Not so much anymore. Back then, like an idiot, I thought I just had to hold on with everything I had. I thought that's all I ever had to do, but now, things are different. It's true that I'm vastly underqualified to be the family hierarch, and she's right, I pretty much lucked into this position. Zichun, don't tell me that woman's bullshit actually got to you. Well, she wasn't completely wrong, right? I'm just some kid who happened to be just good enough to survive some traps and ambushes. I'm afraid that the responsibility of a family hierarch might be too much. Her self-confidence has significantly decreased compared to the observation from our previous interaction. The heck, Zichun? I don't remember you being this kind of character. What happened to the girl who looked down on us the moment we met? You even had the audacity to pretend to not know who we were, didn't ya? Where'd all that confidence go, girl? So, Zichun, what do you want to do? Are you sure you're okay with this? Are you okay with letting this happen? If I let it happen, Big Sister Yuanchun's going to continue expanding her influence here. I'm sure she and the board of directors have been cozying up to each other for a long time. Is the implication that her testaments on her influence were true? Yep, it's true. Before she left for Q Corp, Big Sister Yanchuan used to always accompany Jiamu to these assemblies. If we just let them hold the vote of no confidence, they're going to unanimously vote against me and slowly reduce the family hierarchy's scope of power. And who knows, they might even call for a re-evaluation, however unlikely that sounds. Fuck! Besides, Big Sister Yuanchun, I think her definition of Hongyuan's prosperity might be different from mine. What she's looking for isn't H-Corp's prosperity, it's Daguan Yuan's. And I know that this all has something to do with its ties to Q-Corp, which, I bet, has already been going on for a while just under my radar. I'm sure they've already had plenty of talks behind my back. Which is not the kind of vision you have for Hongyuan's future, right? And that's why you spoke up against her? My vision for Hongyuan is, I want to change H-Corp, to be the kind of place where people can live without fear. I just never imagined I'd have to prove myself like this, and in only 30 days. Even then, your vision hasn't changed, right? It hasn't. Great, great! So it's decided then, huh? We just need Fao to deliver the bad news to Sod. So to summarize, the responsibility of training Zichun to win these matches, these amorphous tests upon which hinges the family hierarch's fate, and almost every facet of which is entirely under Jia Yuanchun's control. By the way, and is probably a trap, within the next 30 days is ours, and we have to explain that to Sod. Haha, wow, that sounds like a lot of work when you put it like that. Post-mortem reports have become quite rote. Prithee, thou must impress upon the illustrious red gaze that 'twasn't mine idea this time. Yes, and I understand that as well, for the 8th time. Well, that gives us about 30 days, during which those sparring matches, tests, whatever, will be happening as well. Great. Let's give it our best. Yes, I understand. I never should have stepped out of line like that, but something just... Yeah, so let's give it our best. I totally agree, we messed everything up again and... What? What? Limit's company was always going to remain here and assist Miss Jia Zichun. What? And assist Miss Jia Zichun's acclimatizing herself to the responsibilities of the family hierarchy. It was always a part of our plan. Well, I sure am glad that I took Faust's advice about how meticulous planning is completely pointless when it comes to LCB missions. I just never would have had to submit 9 separate disciplinary incident reports back during the J-Corp incident had I known. I believe I should be able to explain this further. Prior to his departure, my lord was concerned that such a thing would come to pass. That's why he has left Zilu and I here to look after the new family hierarch's position, which must still be on rather thin ice. Doing nothing and allowing her wicked machinations to progress would have irrevocably made the entire board of directors naught but putty in Yuanchun's hands. I would have led that snake to de facto assume the seat of the family hierarch. Against such an insidious foe who wields intrigue as her weapon, the most viable strategy is the most direct one, to challenge her head-on. Besides, has this not given you the excuse you needed to prolong your company's stay in Daguan Yuan? This is also a prime opportunity for Jia Zichun to further solidify her influence here. Depending on the outcome of the vote of no confidence, they have played right into our hands by accepting this deal. So, I don't want to rain on everyone's parade, but are we not even going to consider what might happen if we fail? No, we are not, because you will not fail. Not with us aiding your efforts. Also, were you serious back there when you said that we were all going to teach Jia Zichun? All 12 of us? I won't object to selecting only a few of us with better aptitude to be educators. Ah, by the way, we already have an established internal hierarchy based on the sum of each of our abilities. Of course, the results weren't entirely to my satisfaction due to an unexpected incident. Miss Otis, that is a statement mired in narrowed vision, rife with factual refractions. I am of the stance that the qualities of a good teacher are defined not by such statistics. So you must be the one who placed last in that scale. No, dude! Oh. Ugh. Just don't say anything, bud. Best not to stand out like a sore thumb. I may have overreacted then. That fucking ranking hit him hard. My lord has said that, from the virtuous, we may learn to replicate their merits. From the flawed, we may learn to avoid their failings. As long as the student is willing to learn, anything can be a teacher. I also, to embrace this teaching, seek from all those who we come across. Just what in the heavens are you doing? Ah, I am preparing a lesson plan for young Zichun, our family hierarch. Is she doing this in fucking crayon? Wow, you sure got on that fast. So what are these yellow wormy things? Aha, 'tis a star, twinkle twinkling in its radiance. According to the schedule you have prepared, the student would have the student would have -3 hours available for sleep. This lesson plan's execution will require cooperation from T-Corp. Yeah! 'Twould be a mistake most fatal indeed. I shall correct it post-haste. Of course, each to their own, I suppose. I need not be shaken by every little thing until we have their actual lesson plans in hand. Hey, thanks for putting your faith in us, Zigong. We barely have any of that to go around ourselves, so I understand it couldn't have been easy. You could say that I have learned my lesson. The recent events have taught me that the path of learning is truly one without end. Holy shit, water break. You're fucking kidding me, it's another fucking story node. I see that you have all individually worked on your lesson plans as per Zigong's request. I have received a total of 12 lesson plans. That's a cute pin. Hold on, shouldn't there be 13 of them? Even the executive managers decided to spare their precious time to teach a class. That is because... so who didn't do their homework? It ain't me. Fuck, why did I say like that? Oh, please, at least try to make a compelling argument. Who else other than you could possibly... it's me. You Sync? You've been acting out of character a lot recently. What's going on? Sinclair Benoit. Well, that's, actually, Phew, I'm done. Sorry, I got too into making a lesson plan and just couldn't stop myself from writing. Whew. Sweat-soaked papers. You seem to have dedicated quite the momentous effort in drawing up this lesson plan. Let's start reviewing from the first of the stack. 108, and analytical approaches to the estate's AAA. What does AAA mean, and how do you explore all 108 approaches in a month? Appreciation of artistry and assassinations. F you. Went too far. Ah, right, sorry! Flip a page and continue reading for those 108 approaches. What paint did you use? It's quite viscous and the paper has partially melted. Ah, lady, watch yourself! You almost got some on my arm! Aha, painting. Zilu? Entrails coating the world. Heh, now you know how aesthetics appreciate the artistry of slaughter. Just what the hell did you paint in that paper? Hey, get it together! Zilu stumbled briefly. Whatever was on the paper must have given her quite the shock. My mind wandered for a moment. This is too dangerous to be used for a lesson, thus it goes in the discard pile. Huh, weak sauce. Intro to Societal Reintegration. Impressive title. Chapter 1. How to shake hands with your left hand when the situation calls for it. Exploration of exclusively long-sleeved fashion and practices. Chapter 3. Projecting confidence and why having a bug arm is totally cool. That's, you know how it is. Be proud of who you are. And all that philosophy stuff. Wanted this lesson to give a bit of a paradigm shift when we can all come to see our flaws not as failings, but as evidence of our individuality. Which will usher in a world where we can carry on with our lives no matter what kind of arm we have. Discard. Next. Intro to Denigrative Linguistics. Subheading, The Power of Words. Sticks and stones may break their bones, so let's add words to the pile. My credentials include the ability to dress down an opponent so hard they fall to their knees and beg me to stop. I have plans for application as well. The lesson teaches methods of pertaining to disguising compliments and criticisms and vice versa. All of this seems rather difficult to learn. I've concluded from my hitherto observations that Jia Zichun is an individual of great promise in this field. Follow my instructions to a T, and I guarantee you that this cadet will be able to have the upper hand in any verbal confrontations. Is this a curriculum to make the best brawler or the best family hierarch out of me? Oh, Justice! Another impressive title. Subheading, Methodologies of Captivating an Entire Room of Preoccupied Audience. Discard. Fie on thee, wherefore? Fucking hell, what is this? Praxis of ego splitting concerning inter-mirror conflict between the self and the reflection, and paradoxically fractured theory of idealism in which one attempts to open an unopening door to open. Do you like POE, Yo Path of Exile? SC? I don't know. Utterly incomprehensible. Discard. Perhaps Miss Ryoshi's advice to truncate the lesson title should have been taken in earnest. 21 reasons to pay attention when the exploration team leader is giving advice on the upcoming adventure. Case study for 30 horrible mistakes that occurred because the team was distracted during the leader's lecture. How to track down a troublemaker who tries to sweep trouble under the rug while the team leader isn't looking. Someone ignored my advice that we should have been moving 2 steps ahead. Finally, I've narrowed them down to 3 culprits. Ah, wait, I forgot to take that part out! And into the shredder it went. Yo, that's a sick sketch. The art of using yawning as a cover for for popping a cookie or two into your mouth, especially useful when getting lectured. Hey, if you get good enough at it, you can do it with nuts too. Aha, so it was you who made those crunching noises in our last meeting. What? Nah, do you take me for an amateur? The art of social maneuvers, how to let it flow through you? How to not make things awkward when you walk right in on someone bad-mouthing you? The most important part of this art is to flash a refreshing smile in a way that looks earnest. It helps when you convince yourself that smiling is what brings good fortune. Smiles have a way of disarming people, gives them pause and making them hesitate. I remember that. Big Bro used that technique to confuse a lot of Dagomon Yuan's people who hated him. I see. This... I can't quite bring myself to throw this into the shredder. Next, how to remain in complete stillness. No. Until the next command is received. This lesson plan was designed based on Rodian's advice that I must prioritize strengths that are unique to myself. Look, in my defense, I didn't know he considered this to be his unique strength. Okay? Let us Let us consider whether standing in complete stillness for a week is a quality one might seek in the family hierarchy. This one is certainly interesting. What separates bravado from bravery? Jack shite, sawed off and grab your weapons. Ha! It's my philosophy that reason don't necessarily need to be considered before coming to blows. Martial prowess is indeed an indispensable part of the family hierarchy's qualities, but our focus is not on developing a hierarchy of a syndicate. Next, information disparity is a river of inequitable treatment. Oh, huh? That's actually the most interesting sounding one so far. And the application of engineering frameworks. Okay, it's kind of losing me, but I'm still on board. For systematic resolution in rational self-interest driven societies. Gesellschaft. And is it still going? That was 1/5 of the full title. It seems that the same trouble has hindered both you and I. Every word in that title was added for its absolute necessity. Indeed. Indeed. Now that's over. Yes, it's finally my turn. Whew. Thinking back, even back in school I used to daydream about becoming a teacher myself. I thought I could be good at it. Bro is doing a victory lap before we even read his fucking plan. I called my lesson the theory on self-overcoming. We have to accept that everyone stumbles at first, but by always striving to be a better person than I was yesterday. Hey, but what if I like who I was? Oh, what if I like who I was yesterday more? That's okay. Everyone has their own unique potential sleeping deep inside. So with everything I've learned and experienced so far, let me teach you. Let me teach you how to not doubt your own capabilities, how to always shoot higher. Hold on, you had me for a second there. But what's up with acting like you're an infinitely more enlightened person than I am? Ah, of course, I prepared a speaking class where you can learn how to speak with modesty too. I never would have imagined Sinclair would be this into it. Yeah, too bad he's so into it that he's not even listening to what Zichun's saying. Following that, your company's, it seems that Zilu has completed her review. Oh, I see. Now, how's everything going, everyone? Class prep going well? My curriculum most especial. Okay, so that's a no. Well, it wasn't a complete bust, at least. Skincare's lesson plan survived. Phew, Miss Zigong, Miss Sod, I've prepared a full 30 days worth of lesson plans. Would you like to take a look? But Zigong and Sod weren't looking at the dozens of lesson plans Sinclair presented so proudly before their eyes. They were looking away. Zigong especially was looking away with an unmistakable expression of pity. So he doesn't know. Would you mind explaining this, Zilu? I could not bring myself to tell him. Apologies. So this young man produced this entire sizable stack of lesson plans all on his own. I see. Weakness has found its way into your heart in the face of such earnest effort. I understand. However, it has been decided that Skincare will not be participating as one of Jia Zichun's teachers. Or should I call you pupil Skincare to be exact? Haha, this has gotta be a mistake, right? Isn't Zichun the pupil here? Do my homework? No. No, there haven't been any mistakes. My lord has specifically instructed that you are to learn from this as well. What? What? Seriously? This isn't right. Guys, this isn't right. Ah, now this looks like a proper classroom. Would have felt pretty dang empty with just Zichun sitting there all on her own, don't you think? Besides, I bet Sink's the resident expert on going to schools, right? School was a luxury for me, you know? Yeah, maybe, but that doesn't mean I ever wanted to go back to school. You should learn to be grateful. I don't dole out my teachings to just anyone. Don't forget we have to redo the whole lesson plan under their supervision. Otis, you always get on your soapbox and try to lecture everyone about something after every single battle anyway. And you, Ishmael, you always get hyperfixated on something. Once you find something interesting, you never stop talking about it for 3 hours at least, and... I will ensure that you receive the best education I can provide, Skincare. Hold on, Yi-sang! I thought we were the underdog duo! Remember during the checkup when I said we got this? We were going to get this together! The evaluation painted a twisted picture of the scale of strength, the sole measure of which erroneously relied on physical might. I shall not hesitate to impart knowledge for those who require education. Well, congratulations, my lady. You have found yourself a deskmate, which some also call a bestie. What is he saying? Depending on desk placement. Deskmate? Bestie? What the heck does any of that mean? Huh? Ah, when I first met her when she was 16, she explained to me that she hadn't attended any school-like institutions. This is par for the course for children of Hangyuan, who are raised for the purpose of becoming the next family hierarch, the reason being that schools can be a perfect place to assassinate someone. So deskmates and besties usually sit next to each other and help one another out. A bestie might nudge the other awake when they doze off, share their homework with one another if one forgot to do theirs. They usually end up being included in the best memories of each other's school time. So not very important at all, huh? I think I got this on my own. I don't need a bestie. It may have come a few years late, but I am moved that my lady finally has a chance at experiencing school. Same here, I remember it like yesterday. Zichun would sit and watch other kids walk to school from a distance, tears welling in her eyes. Dude! Oh, that reminds me, one day out of nowhere she started saying something about eating from lunchboxes with friends. I hadn't a clue as to how or where she even heard about it, but she snuck into the kitchen and... Ah, wait! Don't you guys have any lesson plans to write? Come on, hurry up. 30 days are ticking down. We've only got 30 days. Of course. Unfortunately, I have become quite occupied with another task of great importance, assisting Wei with indexing and reviewing various documents that are in critical need of organizing. Thus, I must leave the lesson planning to you two, Zilu and Miss Sod. Have you any thoughts on this matter? Slacker. What was that? I said nothing. Holy fuck, it's a, not a battle node. Bunoi. Finally, after referencing the idiosyncrasies and various statistical data available to us regarding each sinner, we managed to come up with an appropriate curriculum. Miss Zilu. Apologies. Sleep deprivation has relieved me of a clear mind. The path of an educator is truly a grueling one. Marching to battle would be much easier. Thanks to Thanks to Mr. Jiachu's methodology you shared, we did manage to find a way to make this quite efficient. Efficient, huh? To be a true family hierarch, there are dozens, hundreds of virtues one must understand and master. However, to do so in 30 days as promised is an implausible effort. Thus, we have categorized the countless virtues into 3 super categories. They are called... what are these supposed to be? Ji, Yang, and Ren. Ji, wisdom. The wise lose neither people nor words. To hold one's silence in need of speech shall cost them people. To speak in need of silence shall cost them words. A reasonable sequence of logic. Yang, courage, the ability to overcome fear, to act decisively. Have too much of it and risk becoming a brute. Have too little and risk becoming a craven. It needs harmony and balance. So how far are we allowed to go with the corporal punishment again? I recall no instance of any discussion regarding corporal punishment. And Ren, humanity, is the benevolence of the heart, the compass of behavior that dictates respect toward every human. Clearly, most of the faculties of the school are severely lacking in all 3 of your criteria. Just how do you think they'll be able to teach the students anything? Yeah, like a certain someone who needs a lesson in Ren. Are you sure I'm in good hands? Just what the heck am I supposed to learn here? Where's Wei? Mr. Wei and Miss Zigong are currently quite preoccupied with handling the monumental task of paperwork. Right. Mr. Wei wanted me to deliver this message to you. Be strong, my lady. Wei! What the fuck? What? 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 What the fuck is happening? Oh, there's... okay. Okay, so... what the fuck? Oh, these are all the same. Oh. Oh, I'm not choosing it. My name is Yiseng. That is all. The class I have prepared for today. Aha, I've heard plenty about your mirror tech, which makes me wonder, going by the level of advancement in that technology, wouldn't you have approached it from a different angle? You know how technological advancement usually goes. People invent for the sake of creation, only to have their inventions inevitably warped into weapons of destruction. Indeed, you show much promise already. Can you even attend high school in your mid-20s? I'll unlock more classes later. That makes sense. As you surmise, now, the mirror has, in the past, almost been employed to shatter possibilities instead of reflecting them. I'm sure that's the angle most others wanted to see happen. Removal of potential risks sounds much more palatable than potential itself to some people after all. Correct again, yet destruction was a word that bore too much suffering for my heart. My sole egress from it was abandonment of my quondam fellows and my life's work, making myself a fugitive from the past. How did you bring yourself to just abandon it all? I conserved. With who? Oh, conversed. Whoops. With myself that lies within me. As you are aware, the mirror's reflection extends beyond the veils of our own reality. It reflects the potentialities, the latent strength, and the world. Yet, even among them, the reflection of the greatest importance is that of the self. Let not the innumerable worlds of the mirror enchant your gaze. First, one must direct their studies inward and reflect upon oneself. What the fuck? I had a very precious time learning to converse with my inner self. Now, if you are prepared, do explain what you see in the mirror. You needn't haste. For some reason, Zichun appeared to hesitate before the mirror. Hey, you know, it's been a while since I looked into the mirror for so long. My lady, do you recall Sunjin of the Shi family who contacted you for a meeting? Yeah, the guy who said he was going to show me a precious flower that blooms only at night. I remember that you were vehemently against me going out there, so I stayed inside. Wonder what kind of flower it was. Don't tell me you were actually looking forward to meeting him, my lady. Oh, of course not. You were wise to stay inside. It was revealed that you weren't the only person who was invited, my lady. That vile man had hired a group of assassins to ambush the meeting spot. He would have been waiting there to spring the trap had you gone. But apparently, he was outplayed and had his limbs and head torn off as punishment. What a relief, isn't it? I guess? I'm glad I didn't go away. You were right. If only you still had the Wu branch under your control. Stop it. We agreed to move on from that. Remember? We don't have to talk about it. I was brushing my hair and looking in the mirror as we were talking, but I realized that I no longer recognized the girl in the mirror. I don't know why, but I just found it so hard to meet her eyes. But I brushed it off because I had to. An experience like that was going to be a common occurrence anyway, and the family hierarchy was always looming on the horizon. Perhaps what you felt then may have been shame, but it is paramount to face oneself nonetheless, nay, especially so if it was. And skincare, what do you see? I see, well, I just see myself smiling. I don't see what's so out of the ordinary. Hey, after what we just discussed, I think I understand something now. Now that I've had some quiet time looking at my reflection, I think I uncovered a part of myself I've always had hidden away for a long time. Probably GED. Yeah, that tracks. Upgrade! Okay, I see. Holy fuck. Tip top. 'Tis true that a station of teaching is prone to imbue one with a sense of bashfulness. So what is Don Quixote, that woman, supposed to teach? Have you not considered that her usual flippancy might only cause more trouble than it's worth? You worry too much, Otis. While she may not look it, Don Quixote is extremely well versed in those adventure tales. And why would any of that matter? Have you yourself considered that fixers often appear when history is in the making? Let us see here. Amongst the greatest fixers, whose honored names were engraved in history, verily, let us commence this lesson with the tale of the fixer Yue Fei. This tale beginneth in the year... Are you done? Just how can she continue to talk at such length? She's been going for ages. Thus cometh the time to test thy dedication to this class, and the knowledge that should naturally come with it. A pop quiz, if thou wilt. When she'd even find the time to prepare this? I can assure thee, 'tis a quiz of entirely reasonable difficulty if thou hast paid attention in class. Worry thee not. Does this pop quiz have prizes? Aha, but of course, I came prepared for such inquiries. For each correct answer, I shall bestow upon thee, from the very treasure chest of mine, these precious, precious fixer badges. Forsooth, I did not let a single day go by in which I did not polish each and every one of them on 3 separate occasions at the very least. I don't know, I don't really need them. Heh. Hold thine applause, for there is a bonus reward for the victor who, by the end of this match, carries more badges. Thou shalt attain the role of a protagonist in this theatrical play of my making, Fixer Chronicles, Yue Fei. 'Tis an opportunity of a lifetime. I'm still not really... It's not doing anything for either of us. It's still a pretty useless reward, but if you're turning this into a competition, I won't lose. Seriously? What, scared you'll lose? Is history your weakness or something? Ha! I'll have you know that I was the teacher's pet in every single history class I took. Heh, and I'll have you know I was, no matter the subject, showered with praise from every master I ever had. Okay, if that's how you want to play it, I'll have you know I was a prodigy in other classes too. I did great in art classes, pretty good in math too. I was just being humble because I didn't want to steal your thunder, Zichun. Oh, then let me tell you that I was trained in the mastery of at least 10 different disciplines every single day, and on one of those days, you know what one of my masters told me? He said, looks like Mrs. Gia Zichun's finally getting a feel for how friendships close in age are forged in school. That's good, no matter how— FUCK! No matter how excellent her masters were, there are some experiences you just can't learn from teachers. I tick-tocked. 'Tis year 505! What is the historical community's consensus on the most illustrious battle that Fixer Yue Fei said to have partaken in? Allow me to impart to thee a major clue. If thou hast paid attention as I discoursed upon the 5 pillages in which Fixer Yue Fei was mentioned, this should not be a difficult question to answer. The honorable fixer of the cerulean heaven, who attained triumph in the Battle of Rhino Tree in the year 465, hath said what was the worst ordeal she had to face in her career? I've got it! It's when she had to forge onward, despite watching her dear comrades fall one by one as they held the line to buy her time. Damn it, I was too slow. Fie, young Zichun, thou art incorrect. Honorable fixer of the cerulean heaven is recorded to have testified the worst ordeal in her career was when she was forced to stand before her enemies with hair that was not luscious, as a supply line breakage caused her regular delivery of nutritional supplements to cease. What thou hast suggested, young Zichun, was her 17th most difficult ordeal. Thine impression is quite understandable, for I am trained in the ways of vividly regaling these tales, but most of these tales I have learned from books. Much did I anticipate an opportunity to regale these tales to such an audience, enough to study the ways of minstrels. What was the secret technique Honorable Fixer Lysander employed in his resolution of the case of the Fey Forest? Speak its name in full. I got it. It's Summer Night Fantasia. Yet I cannot let pass such an unmotivated retelling of his super ultimate move. Hardly could one internalize the true noble spirit of Fixers by simply reciting it with such apathy. Thou must recreate the exact pose and the enunciation. Are you kidding me? Oh, come on. You can do this, Giazichin. You can do this. This is nothing. Illusions of a midsummer night shall devour thee whole. Summer Night Fantasia! Thine enunciation was quite shaky upon the word illusions. Yet, thou hast demonstrated sufficient courage. Thus I bestow upon thee this badge. I grow tired of this nonsense. Just how much longer are you planning to drag this on? Thus muttered the hero, then declared, I shall tear this evil storm asunder and find a place for this blade at the center of thy heart. Dante, lights, left side! Gotcha. Bravo, bravo. Certain minor details were missed, such as that Yue Fei and the Fixer was left-handed, and that he had a habit of playing with a lighter in his left pocket before every duel. Yet, 'twas a wonderful reenactment indeed. I have no other critique to impart upon thee. When faced with great adversity in thine adventures, rekindle the memory of Yue Fei, the Fixer's final duel. Remember it well. Thus cometh to an end the lessons of today. It's just for a moment, but I think I'm starting to get it. I get why she's so obsessed with Fixers. Boom! And this is a component part from the structure that forms H-Corp. This may prove to be an opportunity to conduct an in-depth analysis on the nature of the former H-Corp singularity which has been enduring for such a long time. You look kinda upbeat today, Miss Faust. Indeed, an opportunity to study the old H-Corp singularity is not one that comes often. As there was potential for integration into Mephistopheles, I made a request to disassemble a part of the bus's engine, but was denied. A shame. Aren't you the one who built Mephistopheles, though, Miss Faust? Mephistopheles is indeed Faust's work, but not all of it was mine. It is possible that Faust may never reveal every small detail that went into its creation. I would very much enjoy a chance to completely disassemble it, even its engine, so that it could be reassembled with my own hands. Yeah, sure. Does that happen every single fucking time she teaches a class? Didn't think this is how I'd get to learn more about the old H-Corp. I don't think I can do much against the reconstruction days right now, but this knowledge will certainly come in handy when the day comes for me to gradually dismantle that inquisitous thing. The day when Hongyuan can be a place where people can live without fear, without the fear of encroaching reconstruction days, without obsessively counting their rooms to see if they'll fall or not, until Hongyuan can be a place where you can sleep with the promise of safe tomorrows. I'm sure you'll pull it off. Oh, and I learned a lot during this lesson too, Miss Faust. BANG! The voltage must have been set too high. Repeating experiment with a different combination of fuses and wires. There is supposed to be a lesson somewhere in there, right? My war tales. Upgrade! Unlike some other classes which were more on the upbeat side of things. On war. Losing a wing war leaves a much larger, longer lasting impact than some medium-sized enterprise closing up shop. Might be too soon to talk about this, but we came pretty darn close to one recently, didn't we? We were this close to a large-scale war breaking out right here, which absolutely would have happened if Miss Zichun failed to finish her ascension. Would have spread like wildfire too. So my class is going to be what exactly happens when a war... Oh. Man, why is it gotta... Excuse me, Miss Zilu, is it okay if I smoke? Go ahead. Huff. Well, when else am I gonna get a chance to share the realities of war right to a wing chief executive's officer's face, huh? The moments that just don't come off your skin no matter how hard you scrub at them. Hey, take a break if you need it. I'm going to listen to every word you have to say here today, no matter how long it takes. Man, do I appreciate that sentiment. Well, still though, you can't dilly-dally when Miss Zichun's got other stuff to deal with, huh? So let's take a look at how things were at the very beginning of the Wing War. Damn, he's fucking puffing that. And that's why the Smoke War fronts were mostly characterized by trench warfare. No one wanted to risk fighting in concrete jungles where they could be surrounded by enemies at all times, so everyone tried to draw each other out to an open field battle, which naturally turned into trench warfare. Of course, every wing has a different singularity, so this isn't really applicable to all cases. It's just that 4 and G Corp found flat plains easier to maneuver in. I feel like Daguanyuan could make a pretty good use of Hongyuan as a defensive fortress, especially with its internal structure constantly shifting around, which the Haisho know and use very well. Exactly. This should explain why they were hesitating outside Daguanyuan. Remember the thumb fellas? The ones we met who were going in circles? Not to mention how the Haisho all utilize the topography of Hongyuan differently. Even if an outsider were to get a read on how one of the branches maneuver around Hongyuan, as long as the 12 Haisho branches are standing, Hongyuan is unassailable. Well, despite going into all that, I'm sure we all know what the best answer in all warfare is. Not having a war in the first place. I'll be honest, I can't stop thinking about some of the stories you've been telling us. I can't even imagine what it would have been like to have not only witnessed it, but go through all of it. We did visit your fathoms, Gregor, but that wasn't even the tip of the iceberg. Oh boy, sorry fellas, I'm afraid I got carried away lamenting and what happened, that I forgot this was supposed to be a class. I'll be sure to prep something more useful next time. No, everything you told me really solidified my resolve. This chaos within Hongyuan needs to come to an end soon, lest something so horrible could happen. I'm heading to my next class. Wait for me! Damn, dude. I think it's hilarious that Don Quixote's class restores morale. That's sick. How are classes going, Zichun? I'm not you, big bro. I pay attention in class. Oh, hello, Miss Dayu. Hoo-hoo, she was really insistent on helping me out, even though I refused because she looked preoccupied. The moment I found out about the contents of his lesson plan, I simply could not allow him to do this alone. My war tales. Why did it take 3 times? I was holding down my mouse one button and like dragging it off instead of just like tapping it. Apologies for the delayed greetings. Dayu of the Lin family formally extends her greetings to the venerable hierarch. Been a while since I heard that greeting around here. Wait, what about Big Sis Baochai? Are you sure it's okay for a Jue family bodyguard to be here? I am no longer employed as Miss Baochai's guard. Wait, don't tell me we got you Everything I did that day, including accompanying you, was under Miss Baochai's orders. As for why she no longer needed my services, I don't understand myself. She suddenly let me go after the trouble was over. So, what's there for you to teach me, big bro? Your last lesson plan about not making things awkward got vetoed by Zilu, so... You could have taught me a thing or two if we were still kids, but come on. You spent most of your time stuck in Yi Hongyuan before leaving Hongyuan. I don't even know what you could possibly have to teach me. Hee, don't you worry, Zichun. This is the one thing I think I'm pretty good at. My lesson for Zichun and skincare is... Oh, well, I don't think I need any help in that department from you. Look, I know you've had your share of assassination attempts, big bro, but Jiamu? I mean, the previous hierarch and the elders' favor sheltered you from the worst of it. She's not wrong. Back when we had to fight our way through a bunch of sweepers, weren't you also one of the handful who got assassinated? Oh, that? I was wandering the hallways because I felt like something was off about my room. Until Dante told us all to go back to our rooms, of course. Wait, it was my fault? You do have some intuition, I'll give you that. Looks like I'm going to have to prove myself. Dayu, would you mind preparing the thing? You have my utmost faith, but please do practice caution. What's that? That's powdered wolfsbane. I see where this is going. You're going to teach me how to tell which of these bowls contain poison, right? You can stop now. I learned to recognize infamous poisons like wolfsbane when I was 7. If it was something as tame as what you are suggesting, Venerable Hierarch, I would not have been here to accompany him. Please mix them up, Dayu. Okay, wait, what? Those silver spoons were custom made at Da Guanyuan's request. A must-have item for children of the 4 great houses. They can detect non-sulfuric poison as well. Yeah, I know, they're actually... Actually, what? It's nothing. In Fuhu, in Hongyuan, where we are beset by threats of assassination from all directions, knowledge alone isn't enough to save you. What the heck are you? Holy crap, are you insane? You barely even checked them for... Jiren's Nuer tea is always delicious, even when cooled. Is wolfsbane poison supposed to melt through metal? People like to be thorough with their poisons in Da Guanyuan. Since everyone's been trained for immunity since childhood, you have to make a mixture of various poisons to have a real effect. Fine, I don't even want to argue. What's your secret? I want to know too, do they sound different or something? Hee hee, I just went with my hunch. Just a hunch? How are we supposed to learn that? We're not Heathcliff, you know? You'll get the hang of it after a few tries. I'll help you out. Shall we begin with 2 bowls? I see. When you say that you avoided whatever felt wrong with the hunch, you were reflexively identifying the threat by reading the room and connecting it to your intuitive experiences. Aha! You were using Miss Dayu's anxious breathing to clue you in. So this is how you managed to survive for so long. Listen carefully, Zichun. I know that the adepts of each Haisho will come to your aid with a flick of your wrist. And I know that your residence, Duan Jianwu, will be engineered by the best craftsmen to become a safe fortress stocked to the brim with all kinds of useful boluses to protect your life. Even still, there will come a day when you start to feel this creeping sensation whose origin you can't identify. When it does, I hope you won't brush off that sensation as nothing. Huh, you're worrying over nothing. Every 6 days, you will be subject to midterms prepared by the board of directors, Jia Yuanshan. A palanquin has been prepared to take you to the exam sites, and only by passing the tests may Jia Zichun retain her status as the family hierarch. Oh, don't worry yourself over much, Master. Yeah, it does say Master this time. You sound like you're at a funeral. She will pass these tests with ease as long as she has been diligently taking her classes. No, I simply hope I can survive until she returns. Cough. It seems that Wei's rather unreal voice wasn't just out of his concern for Zichun. Wait, are you sure you're okay? I can't escape them. Even in dreams, the unfinished bundles of paperwork cascading over me like a storm, burying me. Steel yourself, for that was no dream at all. In fact, never have I once seen paperwork trained in the arts of airwalking until now. I must be severely sleep deprived. Hey you! You're one of the she-boys. We finally meet. I had hoped to fight you in the family hierarch war. If you'd run into me then, isn't this supposed to be a sparring match? Why does it sound like you have a personal grudge against me? Oh, it's nothing. Nothing at all. Why in the world would I ever hold a grudge against you? The results of the family hierarch war couldn't be any clearer. Everyone even remotely connected to the mess has all been dragged away and put under investigation. And hey, guess what? They dragged away half of my family, which means more room for me. I should really thank you, right? Honestly, why don't you just declare war against the Shi family at this point? Wouldn't that be much easier? War's not easy. It never is. What are you on about all of a sudden? It's not something we should be talking about so lightly about, even as a joke. You have 400 Ishmael shards? Are there any Ishmael IDs you don't have? Your family was arrested because they are under investigation for treason against Dagwon Yuan. If they're innocent, I'm sure they'll be released soon enough. I know it's pretty much a given they'll all be ruled as guilty, regardless of what really happened. You know I can't even pay them a visit because you've hidden their cells all over Hongyuan? They're not hidden. All holding cells within Hongyuan have always been designed to move around in very short intervals. You know, that does seem like the kind of design that would lead people to make some unfortunate assumptions, though I'm sure the initial purpose was to prevent escapes. I recently gained a better understanding of Hongyuan's structure, so I'm planning to change our policy so that prisoners still on trial are allowed to have fixed locations. Really? Where'd you? I was lucky enough to take a few excellent classes recently. Managed to reflect upon myself a bit too. Huh, you did change a little. Still, you better not expect me to go easy on you. I've got my own things to take care of. Good. Come on, let's do this. Zwei and Captain? I don't know why I said Zwei. Zwei? I mean, I like Captain a lot, but Zwei is probably better, I guess. Many illustrious fixers of the past have said that naught but disparagement awaits the unjust victories. She is absolutely stacking that 1 damage. An extra 1 damage per coin, that's sick. This is like win rating, but better. This is great. When I upgrade her further, bro, she's gonna be doing so much fucking damage. This guy got fucking styled on, jeez. I don't even know, I don't. Good for you, you won. Now stop giving me that look and get out of here. You lost most of your clan during the family hierarch war, didn't you? Yeah? So what, are you calling me a penniless loser? Yeah? You little... And I'm sure that's what I look like to you too. I don't want your... Sorry, every clan member who died in the evaluation to have died for nothing. If I show weakness, that means I'm making everyone who participated in the evaluation look weak. So I'm going to win, and I'm going to win without the fertile soil of my predecessors have left behind, because their legacy was unjustly nourished by the blood and tears of Hongyuan itself. You get a special cutscene if I get Zichun stats to all above 800. I'll have to aim for that. Do I have to, like, play really optimally for that? Shi Huazhen. You're tenacious, determined, and strong of will. That must be why everyone stood by you, down to the last man. You knew my name, ma'am? I do. So, what do you think? Want to make them sing your name in glory for the remaining history of Hongyuan? Make sure you keep your stats all similar and you should be able to get it. My Ren is fucking balling out of control right now. How's my Faust not pulled up yet? Oh, I see. These two train Ren. They kind of front load the Ren generators. So aim for all masters? I heard you managed to come out on top in your first sparring match. Congrats. Thanks. I gotta admit, your classes are definitely coming in handy. I like your attitude. Well, shall we take a look at what I prepared for today? You're teaching about exploring. Huh? It's going to be an indoors class? Yep, exploring. Where should I begin? It's a very big subject. Re-soloing to the top of the highest building in Hongyuan, surviving 10 days in Hongyuan's back streets with only 3 items. I had plenty of ideas, but most of them got denied. And rightly so. And that's when I realized that exploring isn't always limited to adventures in the physical space. So I'm just here to fill in since this game needs a certain number of players, but really? Can you really call this tabletop game an adventure? Yet, in games of make-believe, any simulacra can be made as real as, what a move. Ooh, nice, I'm gonna roll for damage. Young Ishmael, thou hast absolutely pummeled the Gorgon beast with thy fireball spell, rendering it most crispy. It was a formidable foe. That was wonderfully executed, Miss Ishmael. Huh? Really? Well then, as my next move. And that's how you came up with this? I've played a few other games, but this is new for me too. I'm still pretty new in general, I guess. This is called Jianghu Journeys, or J&J. It's a popular game among Hongyuan's youths. It's gotten generally positive reviews too. Okay, so what do these huge piles of papers have to do with exploration? Rule number 1. The most experienced player among those gathered becomes the JM. The JM? Yep, Journey Master. The Journey Master designs the story around the player choices, sets the stage for what happens next, and generally helps guide the explorers to safely arrive at their goals. That's why the most experienced player takes that role. J&J! Which would be me. Wiz Strength Dex. Each character seems to have these things called stats. Looks like we just have to pick from a set of pre-made characters for this one. So I'm supposed to be playing this character as role? Maybe even role-playing this character? You arrive at the great city of Yanyan, a place known to be gathering hub of all kinds of influential people. You traveled here in search of a legendary treasure called, the Tianya sword. The city of Yanyan, huh? Cool. So why are we looking for that sword again? Woo! It's, because, so there's this legend in Yanyan about how the sword of, right? The Tianya sword is the only way to quell the chaos of these lands and bring peace to its people, and also about how having that sword is the proof of the true leader of these lands, and so on and so forth, you know. I see. The city called Yanyan must be in a lot of trouble too. Well, you know how it is. The point is, you guys need to go find that sword. Then I will claim the Tianya sword no matter what it costs me. They're just playing fucking D&D. That's sick. From the rumors you've gathered, it seems like the Kezhan Keep might have heard of the whereabouts of that sword. What will you do? I walk up to the Kezhan Keep, chat him up, and try to gain his trust. Are you sure? Remember, your whiz is extremely low right now, which means that you'll find it hard to form even the simplest sentences. What? If I found a different way to gain the Kezhan Keep's trust that doesn't involve sweet-talking him? I do have a pretty high strength stat. You should give me access to certain alternative methods of persuasion that doesn't require the skill in speechcraft. Hold on. I'll try to convince the Kezhan Keep. I think I've got a decent chance of this. My whiz is pretty high. And you? Pass the check. The Kezhan Keep looks at you, having lowered his guard. Oh, not you, skincare. He's still pretty wary of you. Okay, then I guess I'll just stand in the corner over there, unsheath my weapon, and play around with it for a bit. That's what he expects me to do anyway, isn't it? You're just role-playing Heathcliff now, aren't you? Ahem. The Kezhan Keep shares some information about the sword he heard. He explains that the party should seek northeast toward Yunji Mountain. But, what's this? Tears begin to well in the Kezhan Keep's eyes as he continues to explain. Apparently, a patrolling guard beat his son pretty badly for just loitering around the guard. The wound is pretty severe, so he needs medicine, but he can't seem to find any. Oh no! That's too bad, but we've got a job to do. Since we have what we came here for, we leave the Keshin. Well, they say that jams aren't supposed to interfere with the player's choices, but let's be honest, I would have made the same choice. You can't stop and help out for every little side quest when there's a whole lot of adventure to go through. No, we're not leaving. I'm going to get him that medicine. What? The Keshin Keep's son, who fortunately was able to recover, hears your story and hesitantly shares what he knows. You realize he's talking about the fairy Yaoguai, guardian of the Tianya sword. He explains that the fairy Yaoguai's power grows under bright moonlight. Hold on, isn't it full moon right now? Then we should wait until the sky's overcast. Hearing that, the innkeep's son takes a quick look at the clouds and tells you that it might be raining in about a week. Glad we helped him out. Phew. Okay, let's make sure we're prepared before we go. You're gonna have to roll 15 or higher to hit. Dude, skincare is on edge. I know, I'm focused. Hey, I rolled a 16! With a final singular strike from Jia Zichun, the fairy Yaoguai finally falls to the ground, defeated. Yes, the Tianya sword is ours! Excited, the party runs up to the sword embedded deep into the earth and grabs enthusiastically upon the hilt. Ah, with this we can... However, the defeated fairy Yaoguai, whom the party assumed was dead, suddenly jumps to its feet and lunges at Jia Zichun, who just pulled the sword from the ground. No, I quickly get between Zichun and the monster. But if that crits, it's going to be pretty deadly even for you. Let's see if you can make the evasion save. 1 and another 1. Nope, that's a critical fail. It's okay. Skincare falls to the ground, bleeding profusely from the gaping wound. Yaoguai lies still as well, the final vestiges of its strength completely spent. Skincare, go on without me. Take that sword and go down to the village. Become the leader that they need. That sword is your proof. No, the sword wouldn't mean anything without my adventuring buddy. My bestie. I'm going to bandage Skincare up and carry him on my back. I'll leave him behind to descend the mountain all on my own. Wait, if that's your choice, then, yeah, the bleeding stops as soon as you wrap him up. He's just that sturdy, you know? That strike would have killed pretty much anyone, but you know how healthy he is. On your feet, Skincare, we're getting out of here together. Grab onto my shoulder. That's it, step by step. Hey, Zichun, look over there. Everyone we'd helped and saved on our journey came out to welcome us home. You're right. If it weren't for you, Skincare, I never would have stopped and talked to every single villager there to hear their troubles. The sword was only a symbol all along. All of our efforts and the experiences we gained in our journey for the sword were what taught me how to be a good leader, not the sword itself. The real... You're right, the real success of this adventure was everyone's efforts along the way. It is peak. Oh, damn. Okay, what do I need? I need Ji and Yang. Yo, it's him! How to fucking stay still for... Yo, he raises morale too? That's sick. Okay, I need Yang Gen. In regards to every activity, involvement of unnecessary emotions and personal judgment is to be wasteful. I'm gonna need you to elaborate on that. Then I will share an excerpt from Sinclair's message with the exchange with the manager 32 days ago. Begin, quote. 32 days ago? What? Excuse me, Dante. I'm sorry to have, asked you this, but, most of us are fatally wounded, so, can you please turn the clock just one more time? End quote. Unnecessary interjections weighed down your request. Wow, that's pretty bad. Did I really stutter that badly? It is a waste of time to involve emotions when delivering unfavorable news. The same message could have been delivered with merely 2 words. We failed. Let us commence field practice. Do not ask me a single question for the next... Oh, well, okay, sure, seems easy enough. Checking her skills and passes when they change, I'll take a look. Actually, it's not a canto, it's an intervallo. Are you okay? You failed. Task failed. 5 minutes have not passed. You're cheating. This reminds me of the incident Sinclair had so desperately wished to hide. What? The what? Who wished to what? Despite your belief that no one would ever find out your secret, there was one person who got to the bottom of the incident. Come on, just what did you see? Failed again. Took the class. The class is just doing nothing, dude. Holy fuck. Nine to 5. Wait, that's a sick combo. What the fuck? Oh, she's tanky. What does 9 to 5 do? All stats? Wait, Ishmael and Merceau are cracked. Merceau's already expert? That's crazy. You don't think it's cracked? I think it's pretty good. Do they not have any combos? Have I used these 3 together yet? I'll send it then. Also, BRB. I'm back. Inflict burn? What? The fuck? Attention! Today's lesson will cover intelligence acquisition. In other words, men, you will learn how to gain information from people. Hey, I'm pretty good at that. You just have to turn them to your side by being generous with my spending. By setting a good example as a superior, they'll eventually open up. Foolishness! Eh? That is among the worst strategies I've ever had the displeasure of hearing. Do you not see how wasteful it is to spend the limited military budget? How wasteful it is to spend so much precious time trying to butter them over? The most efficient means of obtaining intelligence is torture. Torture? Ha! I'd say that's the worst strategy I've ever had the displeasure of hearing. I'd rather not waste my clan's strength on something so utterly useless like that. Besides, if you end up accidentally killing them... Foolishness! Foolishness! Jeez, can you stop saying that word? How simplistic and disappointing. Your imagination falls short. If that is all you can think of when you hear the word torture, then this unit... This isn't exactly a military unit. Ahem. Then this Hongyuan may indeed be beyond your ability to lead. Well, I'm waiting. Get on with your lesson. The most effective method of torture isn't physical. Things like waterboarding, electrocution, are all inferior. Today you will learn the torture of language. With this method you will always find the answer you want. Use speechcraft to entrap their minds, slowly constrict around them. Gulp. And let them take brief sighs of relief every time they give you an answer. That, cadets, is what you will be learning today. To your positions, cadets! Holy fuck. So I hear you defeated Huazhen. You'd do best not to let that get to your head. He's always been our family's greatest shame. Hey, watch yourself. Haven't you learned not to underestimate the family underdogs? What? Oh, you don't know? You see, I managed to talk Huazhen into, you know? What? No, it can't be. He cannot have spilled the beans on my parents. Ah, my men are already on their way. But how did you know it was Block 32? I apparently managed to get them into a hiding spot there. Oh, so it's Block 32. Did you just... I did. Huh, that was way easier than it was during class. I've heard stories about how you've changed. I didn't think you had changed into such a heartless woman. Say something, damn it. Don't just stand there completely expressionless and... Oh, I see. You won't be shaken by silly little things like this, is that it? That may be befit the seat of the hierarch, however. A leader who responds with silence to their inferiors, a leader who considers them only disposable tools, is bound to rot. I, Shi Sijing, refuse to let someone so unqualified such as yourself retain power.
망설이지 않고 한 번. 조금씩 아픈.
Damn it, I was so close. Did you ever really take the time to think about what might happen if Big Sister Yuan-chun actually gained control of Hong Yuan? Sure, it's gonna be all buddy-buddy at first. She's going to acknowledge the authority of the board of directors, butter you up, and compensate you for your efforts. But soon you're going to see people from other nests coming in here and taking up administrative positions under the guise of advisors. And it's the small families and clans that are going to suffer first. And when that time comes, I bet you'll be saying the same thing then. I was so close. It's going to be a while before other members of your family are let go. You know this already. They committed treason, thinking they were piggybacking off Big Sister Yuan-chun's forces, when in reality she had already discarded them even before it began. She made sure that nothing about this treason was going to stick to her. Mother, father. Now, let's think about this carefully. About Jia Yuan-chun's vision for Daiguan Yuan. Will it be more H Corp or Q Corp? I see the point you're making, but you've not given us any reason to trust you, either. What guarantee do I have that you won't just toss us aside when we're no longer useful? So about that hiding place where you put your parents you just accidentally let slip? I'd known their whereabouts for a while, actually. My high show had identified their location long ago, but I didn't do anything because there wasn't any evidence that pointed to your parents' involvement. Is that true? Just how low is your opinion of the hierarch? Big Sister Yuan-chun made a big show of her own influence at the assembly, but I still have a tight control over the high show of the family hierarch. But I thought you were arresting every member of the Shi family without even questioning them. What was it again? That leaders must take good care of those who are in the same boat as them? Why would any hierarch go around arresting innocent people of H Corp left and right, unnecessarily making more enemies for themselves? I sure don't plan on doing that. TCOC, wow. TKT DWK, heh. Teaching kids to deal with kids, heh, she says. Looks like your manager's not the only one who needs a translator. She starts as an expert. Didn't Merceau and Otis also start as an expert? I would have liked to teach a particularly bloody art class, but that AL Black here discarded my lesson plan. In today's art class, I'll sync if you're UA, but I'll scan if you're a UC. If you're an unruly adult, but soothe, coax, and nurture if you're an unruly child. Did you guys rehearse this or something? Am I getting pranked right now? No, not at all. Just listen carefully, evaluate the context, and there you have it. What context? What context was I supposed to evaluate? Let the art do the talking. MTL kids. Yeah, there's much to learn. Class is about to begin. Bring the class material, attendant. Yes. The class material is the child. Upon the venerable family hierarch's orders, I brought a child from the Wong family. Why is Jiren? No, wait, what? You brought a who from the what family upon whose orders? Huff, too many travel restrictions here, so I borrowed the rich kid's attendant. You've been bringing her along to get you to places, huh? No, I mean, just what do you mean you brought that kid on my orders? I extend my greetings to the venerable hierarch. Memories of childhood are important. They're the experiences that shape your future. Observe and learn. What's up with you acting serious all of a sudden, though I do agree that childhood memories are important. The memories with Big Brother by you are what Anyways, moving on, you heard nothing. The point is, I think becoming approachable to kids here might help prevent a lot of potential future conflicts. She was going to vertical slash him? Vertical slash the child is crazy. But you've got your work cut out for you. Children of Dagwon Yuan are extremely wary of anyone who's not in their immediate family. Even worse, you pretty much tricked that kid here using my name. He must be terrified, and I imagine his parents must have given him a whole lot of warnings too. Heh, I'll give you a demonstration. Behold. Wow, he's really taken a liking to her. Yeah, he wouldn't stop crying when we tried to get him to calm down. Besides, how's she even doing that with her hands? Not even masters of martial arts move like that. Don't pull too hard. The child ended up piggybacking on Ryoshu, the fear he showed earlier gone without a trace. Never would have imagined Ryoshu would be this good at this. Neat. But I think I get it. Showering kids with tasty stuff and gifts isn't the best way to go about it. What's important is helping them understand just what kind of person I am. Yeah, the kid's really on edge for his age. I'd start to make some progress, but whenever he suspected that I was lying or something, he'd immediately go back to being on guard. That's also because he's a Dagwon Yuan kid. Kids don't survive this place long if they're not quick on the uptake. Venerable Hierarch, may I ask you something? Well, asking's free, but I gotta tell you, it's going to depend on what you're about to ask, whether I can help you or not. Huh? Wrong move, rookie Hierarch. What? Why say all that? When TWDT, you don't get the immaculacy of succinct abbreviations. Speak, kid. It's, my big sis said that when the family hierarch war is over, I can finally play tons with friends. But their parents told them to stay inside because it's too dangerous to go outside. My cousin says you're the biggest and the baddest of Hangyuan, Venerable Hierarch. So I wanted to ask if you can make Dagwon Yuan safe. I want to play with my friends. Gotcha, I'll review your suggestion positively. She says she'll totally make that happen. Safe enough for a kid like that to run around the market all on his own, a place where he doesn't have to be afraid to go outside. Oh, Otis and Ishmael have a pretty strong combo. Yo, it's her! Oh, shit. You know something? Everyone communicates with their eyes even before they talk. So you better pay attention to what their eyes are saying. Great, that's really great, but I don't know, it just kind of feels like an oddly specific subject to be talking about, especially when we're sitting around a gambling table. Skincare. Given the time limit, this just happened to be the fastest and clearest method of demonstrating and training your abilities to control your emotions. I swear, I had no other ulterior motive. I was practically forced to do this. Ah, wait, stop glaring at us and like that and join us at the table. I am only briefly visiting my lady to pick up some paperwork, as there is still much work to be done. I'll be leaving in no time. Come on, guy, you know this game needs 4 players. I refuse your invitation. I must say, it's ridiculous of you to force my lady to partake in such a base activity, and what audacity to invite me as well. Oh, so you think you don't have a chance, huh? Wow, and here I thought you'd at least be better than me at this game. Fine, I get it. Don't play a game you have a snowball's chance in hell of winning. It's a good philosophy, I subscribe to it. Do you seriously think your shallow, obvious attempts at goading me into playing this game will work? Huh? What? Sorry, Scrub says what? Alrighty, the lesson's pretty straightforward. You 3 will work together to ensure I don't win this game. In other words, make sure I'm not number 1 by the end of it. Well, that seems easy enough. But be warned, I have this special power to read your minds without hearing even a word out of your mouths. Let me give you a demonstration. Let's see. Ah, skincare. I can see the corners of your lips twitching while your eyes are suspiciously wandering around over there. You're looking to form a peng, aren't you? Oof! Zichun, you... And you want this dong tile. I've got it. Now I know to never ever discard this tile. How'd you know? Honestly, it would have been tougher for us to not know. You can let yourself be anxious, sure, but don't ever let it peek through. The moment someone smells your weakness, they're going to eat you right up. And Wei, you... Using the glint of your glasses to hide your eyes, huh? Ooh, this isn't gonna be easy. Your greatest mistake was allowing me a seat at this table. I already know the ready hand you've got there. Oh, you do? Not bad, but you're just as much of an open book, my guy. You just need that one Zhang tile, don't ya? Sorry, not sorry. You're not getting that tile, because it's not there. Gang. I see, you called gang meld so you can claim the Zhang, which was the rearmost tile, didn't you? Heh. Does that by any chance imply that you somehow knew the location of every tile in this game? Nah, no way, I just have the 6th sense for bad vibes. Very well. Skong is fun. Honglu and Yisang have one with an interesting name. The names of some of the combos are very cool. Manager on the big screen. Skong. Fuck, I've like reread that twice. I gotta try out Skong when I get the chance, but I got shit on my plate. Oh, very well then. I'll be setting this Hua aside and... Woo, I'm impressed. They're way too intense. I can hardly get involved. Guys, isn't this supposed to be a class for us? Shh, my lady, the importance of this moment could not be overstated. I see, you swapped out your ready hand, didn't you? What do you think? 3 Hua tiles in a row? I see you've got some innate luck too. Very well, then I'll have to wager it all on this wand suit. Ugh, I won! Hoo! That's a Qing Jiao... Fuck, that's a Qing Yao Ju hand! Your downfall was written the moment you forced me to discard Zhang! Aw, darn, I lost that, huh? Well played. Did you see that, my lady? Hoo! Ahem. I apologize for that vulgar display, my lady. I will bring some tea. Aura, gamer, peak way moment. bring class schedules with sinners you ship with? That's crazy. Hong Lu and Yiseng have one. I need more G anyway. You hopped on now that you're done skonging, but you gotta exercise BRB in half an hour. 07. Oh, that's a lot of Bren. Whoops. Plus 50% to Yang State stat gained from class. That's pretty good. Courage to comfort. Oh shit, she inflicts rupture, dude. Dude. Holy fuck. The targeted enemy gains 1 blunt resist? What? Isn't that bad? I'm confused. Midterm vomit emoji, true. I heard from Big Bro that you sent your coins to Big Brother Chu. Every hand, once in circulation, goes round and round till eventually it returns to their original owners. I also heard that some of the Wong family helped with removing the foreign powers from here. Why? I only wanted to prevent this place from getting robbed blind. I live here, you know, this is where my wealth lies. Well then, can I ask for your public support? Oh, I applaud your audacity in thinking someone who just gave you the moon should be asked for the stars as well. Everyone and their mother knows in whose hands the true political power of Hongyuan lies right now. With that in mind, let's say that I do announce my public support for you. I'm not going to have a voice to speak with by the time the powers that be are done with me. Look, if Big Sis Yanchuan generally believes that I'm not fit to be the family hierarch, then I'll happily remove myself from power. But she's affiliated with Q Corp. Do you seriously believe she has Hongyuan's best interests at heart with all those conspiracies she's been weaving under the surface and all those business deals and clearly skewed policies? I do not. But if you're going to present yourself as the alternative, then you have to be someone concrete enough to rely on. Let me just say that about half of the board of directors' votes may as well be considered abstaining votes. They're keeping their silence because they're afraid of Jia Yuanchun's retaliation. So your remaining task is to convert those silent voices in your favor. Oh, not shaken by that at all, huh? I thought you'd get that lost and wandering look in your eyes. Huh, guess I have to work on my poker face. No, most people would have failed to pick that up. You've certainly changed since the evaluation. Your growth shows a lot of promise. Maybe that's why he handed his coins over to you. Well, I guess that's not the only thing he handed over to you, I suppose. Hangyuan's tomorrow. Anyway, I should probably do as I'm told for now, My cousins will be your opponent for today. I won't accept you as my hierarch just yet. Fight me and prove that you're at least better than I am. Only then I'll accept you.
좋아, 구조를 파악했어. 다른 누구도 아닌 나 자신을 들여다봐야 해. 봉황의 날개처럼. 지도자라면 동료를 포기하지 않아.
I have no idea of how loud this background noise is gonna be. What? Do you have something to say to my face? Yeah, don't give my little brother your crap. Your little brother? You know who I'm talking about? Do you have any idea the mess you left behind when you yoinked that kid away? That Buzzkid kid was her little brother. You can barely even hold on to your seat, which you're about to lose anyway, and you have the gall to give him false hope? I know it's all just politics to you, but kids really believe you, you know? I heard from the kid that you seemed relieved upon hearing what I said. He told me you were happy for once to hear that he had a fun time after being barred from playing with his friends, with how things are in Hangyuan. Shut up! Besides, it's not all just hot air. What? I wasn't even making an empty promise when I said I will change Hangyuan to be a place where everyone can live without fear. And for that, I'm going to protect my seat of power, no matter what it takes. You'll fail. Not with you on my side. We all know what Big Sister Yuan-chan's Hangyuan looks like. It'll be It'll be exactly the same in essence, and will be the same for the foreseeable future. Tell me, are you sure you're okay with handing over that same burden we've carried all our lives to your little siblings? No, of course not. Welcome back. I'm becoming powerful, I think. I don't know what to do here though. How many classes do I have maxed? I have 3 maxed. Just focus on getting everyone to master first. I don't know who Otis would combo with. Or did I already get all of Otis's combos, maybe? What the fuck is he holding? Right, lads, listen up. This ain't gonna be like them boring old classes you've been sitting through. You've got to leave the desk behind once in a while to learn some real-life lessons, yeah? Right, so here's the deal. You want to break their morale before the brawl even begins. Brawl? Learn this by heart, and you'll be kicking those twats' arses left and right and center. That's not exactly what I'm looking for. So Heathcliff, I've got to ask this question. Something about your club seems different today? Looks a lot more colorful too. Bollocks, the lad catches on quick. That wave bloke said something about how swinging around a real club might come off as too threatening and confiscated it. That high-tech weapon cries boop when it hits people. I see. Oi, don't you underestimate me just cause I'm holding a different bludgeon. Let's get on with it. Straighten your shoulders, eyes wide open, let's get cracking. Yi-Sang's and Heathcliff's combo ruins your morale? What the fuck? POW torture technique. Damn, that's fucking crazy. Fuck around and find out. Who the fuck is... What? Why is he here? This class will be taught by a guest lecturer who's been invited for your tutelage. A guest lecturer, but I wasn't informed of this. I don't know, maybe they're lost? Buffing the heck out of Zichun just to win right. To gong right. A little bird told me that the venerable hierarch will gift me a bottle of top-notch cloudy wine straight from Dagwan Yuan's brewer. Ooh-ee, is there any truth to that, folks? That guy. Heh, just stopping by to see if I can leech some liquor at this party. Hong Yuan's an awfully miserly place, but you'd spare a shot of liquor for this poor old drifter, won't you? Well, you're clearly not just any poor old drifter. Are you guys acquainted? He ambushed us in our room after the first round of the family hierarchy was over. He what? The family hierarchy war has been over for a while, and everyone in Hongyuan knows who the winner is. How dare a mongrel like you, who only knows how to mooch off other families, set foot in here? Looks like I'm going to have to give my clan a stern talking to. How could they let slip a drunk assassin like... Haha, I see that our youthful hierarch is plenty suspicious. I've been a guest in many places, but please, I am no moocher. Put your worries to rest. I'm only a drunkard who enjoys a cool swig of liquor with scenic landscapes as my bar. The sky is my ceiling and the dirt is my bed. Oh, that was... oh. Bad news, Mrs. Ichun. Apparently Jia Yuanchun bestowed upon you a new master. Huh? Big Sister Yuanchun? She also wanted us to deliver the message that she was sending a master because, and I quote, I feel a deep sense of trepidation and pity for my dearest little sister, the neophyte hierarch, who must be struggling left and right without a proper master. Wow, I am beside myself with gratitude. So that's the supposed teacher? This mysterious guy with a mysterious allegiance who might stab us in the back at any time? As you said, the family hierarchy war is over, and even mongrels of Hongyuan know who has the legitimacy here. The incident during the contest was nothing more than business, a job to take care of in return for what compensation they gave me. I hope you don't carry that grudge in your heart. Do what Escu did for him? Gerson voice? Fuck, what does Gerson sound like? I'm sure you didn't harm your rivals in the family hierarchy war out of personal vendetta, did you? Sometimes business is just business. I killed young Master Bayou, for they promised to pay off my bar tab. I'm here to give the hierarchy a lesson, for they promised to pay off my future tabs. There's nothing to be gained here by taking your anger out on a gig worker living hand to mouth like myself, don't you think? I'll advise that the optics and consequences of rejecting a master sent to us by Jia Yuanchun herself is not going to look too good. I know, it's only gonna make me look worse, and I'd rather not give Big Sister Yuanchun more ammunition to take me down. And you there will have eyes tracking your every move, so don't do anything that might rouse unnecessary suspicion. Booey, ain't that a threat? I can hardly taste the wine before such hostility. Before I begin the lesson, I'd like to get an idea of where my to-be pupils are. Now give me a demonstration, if you will. Swing away. Aha, that's enough. But I didn't. I was just getting started. Your form is flawed and your breathing is hollow. Need I see more? Tisk tisk. Flawed forms often invite flawed hearts. In other words, your martial arts prowess is amateurish. What the heck? Is this guy serious? I never had a single master who had anything bad to say about my form. Your arms are straight, the legs supporting your stance are solid and sturdy. Indeed, most masters would not bother themselves to find fault there. But let me pose this question. Are you, my venerable pupil, satisfied with martial arts that are made to dispatch unskilled peasants and no more? Huh? There's more to this than raw strength. Now, take a swing at me instead. Alright, you asked for it. Your mind outpaces your body, your intent more transparent than a glass globe. And your edge is dull, for it has very little heart for feints. You are far too eager to strike. Focus singularly on your opponent, with force distributed unevenly across your body. So, you will fail to cut and gain a little hole as comeuppance. Try to relax your body, won't you? You have a weapon, yes, but one mustn't singularly focus on the opponent. Do try to reflect upon yourself and relax. Let the unnecessary strength go, let it flow out of your body. Tensing up as you do will naturally shrink your mind and narrow your vision. Should I send Big Bro a silver spoon or something? Wasn't that bad this time, but what if they gave him a way worse poison next time? You know, young Master Bayou won't accept your gift, my lady. I doubt he's even seeking the culprit now. Zero interest in anything practical, zero ambition. What a silly, pathetic attitude to have. Just how... But, my lady, it wasn't practicality that guided you when you chose to save my life over maintaining your control over the Wu branch. Some seek the state of anatta, the non-self, but what they seek is the path of Asura, reserved for the likes of blade fiends. You must learn to let go of everything, except for the self. Let it all go, the gazes, the pressures, all of it. Instead, face yourself and only yourself, and feel how light it all becomes. Heh, she's got it. Well then, what should we do about you, my overconfident, proud pupil? Will you maintain your grave and cocky silence? I wasn't being cocky. If my memories haven't failed me yet, you were one of young Master Jiabayu's underlings, correct? Underling, yeah, however you want to call it, I guess. Just why do you think it was that you, specifically you, among his 12 underlings, were chosen to take this class alongside the young hierarch? Well, who else besides me would ever go along with these lesson plans? Don Quixote is going to ditch the classes out of boredom, same goes for Rhodia, and Otis will try to take over the classes, not to mention what it'd be like to have Heathcliff here, and... Haha, such a loquacious list of excuses. Struck a nerve, did I? How come you know so little about yourself, even less than what I have already learned about you? What are you talking about? A bird that has failed to break its shell in time will rot within its confines. I still don't understand what you're talking about. Prepare yourself to flit away before the rain. You won't get another chance should you miss this opportunity. Been a while since I let myself babble on for this long. I suppose I can credit my foolish pupils for that. Prepare to swing away. Oh, damn. Welcome back, Silver. Was listening to Silk Song because you weren't playing it. The music is perfect. Better than Hollow Knight music? Or is it like the same, I guess lane? Same tier? Every boss track is just as good as the best tracks from the first. Just as good, if not better, and more consistent. How far are you in the game? Nine hours. If Sinclair is participating in this battle? What? Oh, it's this fucker again. You don't even think you're a third done? I'd be surprised if you were, because the original Hollow Knight took a while for me to beat as well. Damn, am I glad I got my head screwed back on. It's a precious sight to watch everyone all freaking out about this Child's Play. All the missed news I've been hearing since I opened my eyes in the recovery room sound very exciting. I really wish I was there to catch it all. Half the family heads getting arrested for treason. The seat of the family hierarchy going to some inexperienced kid from the Gia family. Not to mention how my lovely little sister had her engagement called off, and now she's been branded as a traitor to her own blood. All the entertainment in the world seems to have happened during my little nap, don't you think? You didn't even show your face at the regular assembly, so I doubt you have any concern for the future of Hongyuan, so just what are you doing here? I just thought I'd have some fun.
최고의 방책은 전쟁이 일어나지 않게 하는 것. 좋아, 구조를 파악했어. 중요한 건 내가 어떤 사람인지 알게 하는 것. 자, 알고 있는 걸 전부 말해. 봉황의 날개처럼! 그 해결사의 역경에 비하면
Took you 50 hours. It's been a while since I opened Hollow Knight, but
지도자라면 동료를 포기하지 않아.
a lot of the time on my save file at this point is probably spent in the Pantheon or whatever like the boss rush game mode is. Why stop now? Decapitate me like my last death, or stab me in the heart, cut my limbs to ribbons. Listen, this duel's just a spar, okay? We don't have to kill each other for this to end. Yeah, no, isn't this frustrating? You have the opportunity of a lifetime right before your eyes and you're too weak to use it. You have everyone who fights you on every step of your way coming to you, practically presenting their heads on a silver platter. You're just gonna let them slink away with these scratches? Get your act together. Family hierarchy war is over, and I'm not going to kill someone just because they're being a bit uncooperative. Get real. Do you have any idea how long it'll take for you to gain even a morsel of power by playing this fool's game? Want to hear a little tip on how you can firmly establish your position as the family hierarch? Kill me in the most horrible, painful, hideous way you can imagine. And hang my corpse by the entrance of that assembly hall over there. Use me to send a clear message. I never beat the Pantheons either. I was stuck on one where you have to like beat all the bosses. I just don't have the stamina for it. And station every single one of your Haisho packs between every pillar at the assembly hall, and if anyone dares to speak out against you, snip, chop off their head before they can get another word out. 5 days. It'll only take 5 days before everyone starts eating out of your hand. And that's how you establish yourself as the hierarch. Fear is power. No, I don't want to do that anymore. I'm here to make Hongyuan a place where its people can live without fear. I thought you of all people might understand. I remember how you used to hate hurting people, more so than anyone else. Man, what a boring answer. That was duller than even my dullest expectations. It'll only take a few years until you break, until you become just like them. Just as the family hierarchs of the past who couldn't help but ruthlessly weed out any seeds of resistance. Just how many people here do you think still have that grip on their sanity? Still have any grip on their sanity? With Sly, because he's a bitch, I forget what Sly does. Maybe I'm only a few years away from becoming an idiot shuffling aimlessly around Dagwon Yuan. I can only hope that I won't be a slobbering mess by the time that happens. If something's entertaining is gonna happen, I can only hope that it happens while I'm still sane. Excellent work, my lady. You have passed the 4th exam with flying colors. You've certainly crushed them for underestimating you. I am... My lady? Well, that's pretty clear on who I need to send. Wait, what is this? My lady seems to be in a particular mood today. It's all useless, isn't it? Is it Zichun? When these classes end and all you guys leave, I guess I'll be spending my days worried to death that an assassin could pop up out of nowhere and kill me at any moment. Consumed by so much paranoia and worry that I'll start twitching at shadows cast from lamplights. So would it mean anything for me to, prove them that I deserve to be the family hierarch? I've spent my whole life trying to prove to everyone that I have the will and determination to become the family hierarch. Now I have to prove to everyone that I deserve to keep it? Those bastards whose only thought in their empty heads is how they can expand their rooms? Mr. Wei, have you ever heard of playing hooky before? Playing hooky? This is a euphemism for eliminating your enemies? Well, I've rarely done it back when I was in school, but when there's too much going on in your head, you just skip school and go out to play. Oh ho! I've only done it once myself after a friend talked me into it. I agree. It seems that the time has come for my lady to clear her head. The time for my lady to clear her head has come. Very well, let us play just one hooky! Where you entered a very difficult area that you can't leave easily before you had done a massive amount of backtracking that you were about to do. Stressful because you, would forget where you have to go? Or, stressful because if you died, then you lose the, you lose your progress or something? Only took a few hours to find a way out? That's insane. Let's get moving. I gotta prove myself, don't I? I gotta have those bastards' approval, don't I? Have you visited the backyard by the Luxe Hermitage as of late? No, but I know what happened there. They threw in a few dead bodies from a massacre a decade ago, turned the pond foul, and decided to bury the whole thing. Underpowered and had no map in a massive area that was more difficult than your gear was prepared for? Oh, fuck. Indeed they did. The stench was so overwhelming and toxic that corpses of animals and plants could be seen floating on its surface, eventually turning the pond into a festering black bog. People passing by had to plug their noses or risk passing out. So why even bring up something awful like that? It seems that a tree had taken root there, my lady, amidst all that rot. A willow. The willow tree reached deep into the pond with its roots, clearing it of the foul grease, cleansing the water. And one day, we found it clear and glittering, thriving with the other aquatic plants growing within. It's recovered from the rot, becoming a normal clear pond surrounded by leaves and moss. Some months ago, they introduced a few carps in there, and when they checked again, they were just as vivacious as they were on their first day there. Would you like to pay the pond a visit, if it's alright with you? You weren't kidding. I avoided this place for so long. You also had no money, so you couldn't even buy the map when you found it? You had to grind enemies? That is tragic. I can hardly believe that this pond used to be a rotten bog. All that happened was that this tree happened to take root here. What matters, my lady, is patience and determination. Of course this place had slipped my mind then, as I was quite swamped with work, but the world has a stronger capacity to heal itself than one might imagine. Recovery will follow, as long as there is a steady root to rally around. Nice, you're making good progress. Your form, the light in your eyes, I think you've certainly improved in all aspects. I dare say you've had some change of heart too? Yeah, I do feel a tad more comfortable than I did before. was also insane. 5 phases? What the fuck? The last phase was a cooldown phase. Unless you fumble hard, you've won after phase 3. I feel like I could imagine myself fumbling in the cooldown phase. Right, class. Here's a new task to help you learn how to break your enemy's morale. The moment you shrink in front of your enemies, you've already lost, so don't. It don't matter how many there are or how threatening they look, yeah? Take me, for example. Have I ever turned tail and fled like some milksop, no matter what enemy we were put against? I don't think you ever have. Leave it to the nerds to waste time coming up with strategies and what have you. Listen, there ain't a problem in the world that you can't solve by boldly rushing in head first. Here's what I think. Neither of you've got enough pluck. That's why neither of you could say shite against those buggers back at the assembly hall, am I right? So let me help you lot grow some backbone. Try getting mad at me. No need to shrink, lad. Stand proud. Okay, well, okay, but how could I... Don't worry about offending me, yeah? I can take it. Unlike you two, I've built enough thick skin for all kinds of insults thanks to my years in the backstreets. I'm bloody invincible. Yeah? Well, shut up, Heathcliff. Good lad. You're hardly even a teacher, man. This class sucks. All you're doing here, up here, is standing around trying to look cool. Ooh, that one's gotta sting a little. That's it, you little shite, is what I would have said back in the day. And I probably would have stuck you with this hammer. I mean, my club. But I've changed too. And so did you. I can see that the fire in your eyes has grown. Remember this feeling, yeah? I will. Now, let's practice. And it looks like the both of you have the perfect sparring partner in each other. Grab your weapons, both of you. Huh? You mean us? Me and Zichun? I grew my backbone by getting into fisticuffs with the boys during my backstreets days. They break my arm, I break their legs in return. See what I mean? Is that what besties is supposed to mean? Well, let's do this, I guess? You don't want me to go easy on you, do you? I don't. The Protoss grind set? Oh shit. Bro, skincare is fucked. Why does he have so much health though?
알고 있는 걸 전부 말해. 봉황이 날개처럼. 전부 보인다고. 다른 누구도 아닌 나 자신을 생각해봐야 해. 꽃처럼 화려한
Sink flare. Fly high. She's still going. Dude. The mark of the beast. Oh fuck, I wasn't paying attention. Alright, that's good enough. Bloody hell, lad, that was much closer than I thought. Good match. Jeez, don't most people usually lose steam the longer a fight gets? What the heck was that at the end? He has the marks from Zichun beating his ass. It's not like we were going at it with real weapons, and the fight ended before it got any further, thankfully, so I'm not hurt or anything. I'm feeling a bit of a fever on my forehead, though. The weird mark that Damien had too, and the one he shows in the end Claire Uptie story. Hey, you ever run away from home before? Where's this coming from? Going by the way you're acting, it's clear to me that you're a homebody, but there's something behind your eyes that tells me that your life hasn't all been sunshine and rainbows. It's a little loud. I wouldn't call it running away from home. It's more like I left home because I didn't have a choice. How did that feel? Like I was melting away into nothing. I suddenly had to face the whole terrible world all on my own. That was so overwhelming that, well, I'm sure you can't quite commiserate. You've been on top of your game your whole life after all. I did leave Dagwan Yuan by my own volition, but if I'm being honest, and here's something I never told Wei, I felt unutterably lost. There was so much that I had to do, so much responsibility. I guess neither of us were that ready for the world when we left home. I feel just as lost back home, though. Ah, and there's Heathcliff, too. He also left his home some time ago. We paid a visit to the manor he grew up in. Heading home must have been pretty exciting for him. You have no idea how much of the journey back he spent gussying up and crimping his hair. Something just came up. Class dismissed. Damn. Remember, Kashi. Deals 30% damage, damn. Oh boy. I need Ji and Yang. That's 24. So, are you going to teach us any techniques? Aha, it's only been a few days since your training began, yet my other martial arts masters would teach me their secret techniques. So that's what's got you two pouting all lesson. Ooh-wee! Now that's some good wine. Very well, I'm in the mood. Let me teach you a useful trick. Really? Tell me, what did I teach you to do as you swung your sticks? Forget all those things that put pressure on me and face nothing but myself and my movements. And that's only the start of it. First, emptiness of sound. The slight friction from the tips of your toes, the ruffle of your clothes, and your breaths, erase them all. Erase every ripple and echo you leave upon this world. Second, emptiness of form. To have your form is to provide your foes with clues to predict your next move. Forget the weapons in your hands, forget your structured forms, break the mold, become the flow, let only your will remain. Last, emptiness of mind. Try not to force the direction of your heart. Empty your desires and intentions both. Stab without thinking, penetrate without gazing. Immerse yourselves. Make sure your descent is slow and gradual. We've been focusing entirely on the self with your swings thus far, so you should find it quite easy to reach the state of emptiness of mind. Didn't I just say that one must take it slowly and gradually to empty your mind already? Ah, I'd have taught you my everything that you entered under my tutelage long ago. Am I doing this right? No, wait, I need to relax more. So our new hierarch has found herself the clue to the emptiness of form. What technique is this? It's all just movements at the end of the day. I find it entirely unnecessary to give them those flashy names. A truly secret technique should come without one. It's supposed to be our ultimate move, right? Wouldn't it be more official to give it a name? Well in that case, ooh, that's some good wine indeed. I guess I'll go with something like Plastered Sleep, Unrestrained Ripples? That name sucks. Been a while since I saw someone give a lesson like this, starting from its very fundamentals. Hardly one can find a pupil willing to slowly learn from the very fundamentals in a world of infinite technological advancements like the Veil. I'm only fortunate enough to have found two pupils who are indeed willing. Your gait, your tone. Were you among the 10 Blades of the East? Now, it seems entirely unnecessary for you to dig, as I don't quite recall putting anything on your tab. Put your futile questions to rest, for I have no answers to give. The past is like smoke. I've long emptied any history worth delving into. Well, I'm supposed to teach this class, but honestly, I'm not entirely sure what to do here. Yeah, it's not like we can suddenly have a heart-to-heart out of nowhere, right? That is precisely why I've installed this box called Messages from the Hearts by the door here when the lessons first began. The greatest strength of Messages from the Hearts is its anonymity. Here people can anonymously share their concerns that have been eating away at them without the fear of judgment. Yeah, this seems like a great idea. I can see how everyone can be more honest about their feelings behind the masks of anonymity. The box is quite heavy. It seems that everyone's been making quite liberal use of this. Let's see, the one on the bottom has to be the first message. Let's see what it says. Oi, I've got to ask, do these consultations even do anything? Does this mask of anonymity even do anything? Also, what's the point of these messages anyway? If you got to whinge at their face. Why did I? Ugh. Well, I ain't got much else to say, so, I've got one. My neighbor next door keeps making weird noises at night to do something about... do something about that, yeah? Something about a smoking head over and over again. The point is, it's getting on my nerves. If that doesn't get taken care of in a week, I'll deal with it in my own way. Deal with it how? It's all just personal grievances. Let's see what the next one says. Who dares harrow the executive manager with such useless, weak-minded complaints? If you're going to continue wasting the executive manager's precious time and cause them trouble, I will personally hold you responsible for that blunder. You best prepare yourself for consequences. Wow, it's like she's right here, speaking right into my ear. Never thought written words could cause hearing damage. I don't know if it's just me, but someone's probably been spying on these papers, huh? I've got proof too. I folded this piece of paper up into a padlock knot shape, but whoever spied on it did a pretty bad job of replicating it. Oh, and another thing, my compass disappeared. It got swallowed by the sea. It's the compass I got for surviving the hellish depths of the Belmort trenches. We're going to have to re-establish some house rules soon. A theft report? Did one of you steal our compass or something? Nah, no way, we never steal from each other no matter how hard things get. Something troubles me. Oh, finally, someone submitted a real concern here. Was it the Type A wire that caused the explosion, or was it caused by replacing the clamp part from the shattering gear? The likely answer has been found. Do not concern yourselves with this message. Was she in a submarine? Oh. Looks like... Look, I felt like I should really share this with everyone. This one might be something serious for once. I can't just let this slip away like nothing happened, you know? Yeah, I'm talking about the incident that happened aboard Mephi some time ago. Remember how someone smashed an alarm clock right against Dante's head while they were sleeping? No one ended up figuring out what happened there, right? You're going to have to bring me up to speed on this. What the fuck is this? What? Yeah, I don't know exactly what this was. There's a really loud shattering noise outside at night, so we all ran to see what happened. But no one managed to find any credible clues, so I guess we just let it slide. Anywho, Dante said they were a-okay, so we just moved on from it, but I'm telling you, I saw what I saw. I saw Greg's bug arm. So here's my guess what happened. What if he happened to lose his balance while carrying that alarm clock with one hand? You know what I mean? I'm trusting the anonymity thingy on this. Gregor, he wouldn't. The alarm clock, broken due to shock at the time of the incident, was pointing precisely at 22:32. And at that hour, only two individuals were awake for the night watch duty. Guys, this is turning into like a whole investigation. Yep, Miss Faust was one of them. Didn't he have a brief conversation with Faust that morning? Faust made a few criticisms of my command style, and she was right, but I pretended to not hear her because I didn't have anything to retort with. Faust actually held a grudge. So fellas, I don't think anyone's noticed this, but I noticed the dusting of cigarette ash near the shattered alarm clock. As you know, Manager Bud, there's only two among us who smoke, but one of them stayed put in his own room, know what I mean? There's a witness too. Unless that witness is a cowardly liar, I'm sure she will come forward and tell everyone exactly what happened that night. I shall prove unto thee that I am no cowardly weaver of lies. In truth, among numerous cosplays I had wished to accomplish were the duo of Captain Scorps and the one-eyed navigator. Aha! To explain the lore of Captain Scorps, this tale beginneth verily in year 757. Alas, the possibility of procuring a scorpion arm perceived more dubious than one could have expected. Thus did I convince young Gregor to join forces with me to cosplay together and capture our glorious forms in photographs. Though 'twas a pity he had no pipe, only a cigarette between his teeth. And young Ishmael's compass was to be the captain's trinket, and for the purpose I had briefly borrowed it from her room. Oh, woe is me, for I regrettably spilled an entire can of tuna, another prop, and the compass was swallowed by its greasy juices. Despite my best efforts to restore it, the tunny aroma lingereth still. I beg thy forgiveness, Manager Esquire. Sob. Well, at least we now know who took Ishmael's compass. Frustrating. TC, GWNN, and MTL. Is this like a code? Sinclair, translation please. Yeah. Trying to parse that from written text is usually way harder. I haven't really tried to read the speaker's tone in the general context of a word, so... Guys, are we actually going to try to find the culprit? Alright, that's it, Clockhead. Read up. I'm going to confront the sod and tell him to tell it like it is if there's something bugging him instead of whinging in his sleep. Now, where is he? Hey, nice. Heath, I mean, this anonymous person's trying to get to the bottom of this. No. Fare you well, it is I, the sinner first in the order. Apologies are in order. Ever since the instant, I could hardly lull myself to a restful sleep. In truth, it was none other than myself who pummeled your head with the clock. To explain, one must first explore the... worry not about what exists no longer. I will not embark on a multiloquent ascribing of excuses. I write before you in shame, and express my willingness to accept any punishment you see fit to dole out. I seek nothing but your forgiveness. Is ye... I mean, that sinner. Good thing he fessed up, but doesn't something feel off about the whole thing? What if he's just trying to take the heat? But it seems to me that the #1 sinner doesn't want to share the story any further. Maybe it's best we not dig into it unnecessarily. Oh, hello, Dante. I was taking a walk near here when I found a piece of paper somebody tore off, so I'm returning it here. I hope it finds its way to the original writer. The truth of what transpired. You ever find yourself wondering if that crackling fire-like thing on the top of manager's head is hot like real fire, if it would not give off any heat? Curious, right? Don't worry about it, he's saying. It's not like we have any other way to tell other than touching it ourselves, haha. Indeed. Unproven phenomena cannot be confirmed without direct means of observation. They're asleep, must have been pretty tired. Indeed. The ticking noise has shrunk in volume. It seems that we have just shared a thought. What if we were to just quickly check while the manager's asleep? Gulp? Perhaps the sound of phlegm sinking past my gullet makes far too much noise for this task. Yeah, well, I'm just finding out how loud my heartbeat can get. You saying? The alarm next to the manager is about to go off. You have a minute at most. I shall interface with the timepiece. Look at you rats playing a played out prank. Under the lens of hindsight's illumination, it would almost appear that I am making a secret accusation to a fellow of mine. It would be easier on my heart to simply assume the entire weight of culpability myself. And that's where it ends. The culprit was right under our noses the entire time. Sorry, Dante. I should have been upfront about it, but Otis was so adamant about utterly punishing the culprit that I couldn't bring myself to, you know, tell you the truth in time. To tell you another truth. I think I might have an idea as to why I've been made a student alongside Mrs. Ichun. There must have been something of that the company was expecting from me, but it's just not showing up, so it must be making me take these classes to compensate for it. Everyone else is boldly facing their own issues and slowly overcoming them, while I'm still here feeling like I'm stagnating in place. Does it say staggering or stagnating? Stagnate. They've been telling me that my time's yet to come, but I don't know. I just get the feeling that that ship might have sailed for me already. You know, you can just shout at me to get my act together like Heathcliff does. Oh, I will, if I have to. Whatever that was, you guys managed to talk it out, huh? All I heard was that ticking noise. Ah, sorry about that. What Dante said was, hey, don't bother. I just needed a quick glance at that look on your face to feel that tick-tock with my heart. So, what do you guys think Ryoshi was trying to say? Two culprits, the guy with the nightly nightmares and my translator. Oh boy. Oh, this is the final exam day? My lady, I have nothing but absolute faith that you will be able to complete this final exam just as excellently as you've done all the others. It is most likely that you will be facing off against a skilled foe from the Joy or Shi family. Of course, you will doubtless wipe the floor with them. I've taught you all that I know. I hereby give you permission to leave this boot camp. You got this, Zichun. Guys, you really didn't have to all come out here to see me off. Still, I have undying faith that you will emerge victorious, my lady. However, Zigong and I have also prepared about 21 alternative solutions in case things go awry, so please don't worry yourself too much. You have faith in me or not? Wait, we're not fighting her, are we? Must be very nice to be Zichun, to have so many teachers from all walks of life helping her out. What are you doing here, big sis Baochai? I couldn't stop myself from paying you all a visit out of pity, if only Zichun and Baiyu both smiled on like nothing happened. Our blossoming years would have been peaceful still. Big sis, please stop talking to me like that. I didn't know you could even say such a thing. Baiyu, it has always been this way. If a fruit has fully ripened, we have to seize it and taste its juices before anyone else. We can't just let go. We can't stand emptiness. My brother couldn't, my parents couldn't. But you, who was born and raised on the very same soil we were, how do you walk so softly, so lightly? I don't. My footsteps are no longer light. Every step, every sight I hold in my eyes as the days go by fills me with abundance. I'm only trying to accept everything as it is without asking for more or less. But how could one do nothing but watch when we're surrounded by such fragrance? What more do you seek, big sis? I want to be closer, that my hands may reach you. Have you already forgotten who had sent you that guest lecturer? Zichun's palanquin isn't headed to the exam site, is it? No, it's not. It's headed to Big Sis Yuanchun's exam site. Blasted scoundrels! I must hasten after the palanquin before I lose track of them. A trap, huh? Fellas, shouldn't we also get going? Calm yourselves for a moment. It has been too long since the palanquin has departed. It's better to move based on concrete evidence, not urgency, though a beast seems to have chosen the latter. Yes, the exams she's taken thus far were all meaningless lies. I could have shared this earlier, but I decided to follow my own heart, as you have decided to follow yours. So now, what fragrance do you smell from me? I smell nothing. Damn. Who is this? Oh, skincare. A terrible jest Jia Yuanchun plays down to the very last day. Too much time has passed already. I've already given her clan, including Wei, instructions to keep their eyes on the palanquin, as I observed much strangeness from the palanquin bearers. Yet there are many places to which one may covertly kidnap a family hierarch. Still, we have to... Your heart is still in a rush. I do not mean to imply that we will abandon her to her fate. Look, I've selected a few places on the map with the highest probabilities of being their destination. As the time is not on our side, the Haisho packs and your team will have to mobilize separately to explore all possible options. Among them, I aim to send you toward this place. Indeed, the glorified internment camp of Hongyuan, now shut down. Ping'an Residential Support Zone. It is policy of Jia Yuanchun and former Jiamu pursued. The policy was indefinitely tabled, and the zone was closed off, as many voiced reluctance to pass it, but I find it hard to believe that Jia Yuanchun would admit defeat so easily. It is a secluded place, perfect to secretly bring harm to the family hierarch, not to mention the symbolic value it carries. I hope she's okay. Have some faith in your pupil. You have taught her to the best of your abilities, have you not? I trust that she will be able to fend for herself until our arrival. Yeah. We trained really hard for the entire month. The only reason Jia Yuanchun would employ under the table tactics is because she knows that a fair match would not be in her favor. So let us yank her hand out from under the table and make her regret it. Oh my goodness. Am I back to win rating? Holy fucking moly, it's the video game. Oh boy, how the fuck do you get out of support ID? There we go. What level is this? That's 55. Oh fuck.
군주간
의로움을 세우기 위해
흑수 오필두 이상이요.
이제야
명을 받든
새로운 배달 의뢰인가요?
잠깐
어디서 뱀 기어가는
뜀박질 시간.
Damn it, we're surrounded. C branch of the Haisha packs. They don't belong to the family hierarch. Just... Oi, what now? What do you mean, what now? We can't just sit here and waste any precious time. Come on, let's fight our way through this ambush. Ain't that usually my thing to suggest? Fighting's all about morale. Heh. Sinclair's right, we don't have any time to waste.
내 기운이 넘치는군. 역시
Yikes.
직접 선별한 용기를 국정을 영웅과 탑 과일가 도움이 되었는가?
다시의 이상을 함께 줬다. 후위 이상이요.
자, 동료들이여, 자세를 갖추고 저들을 맞이하세.
길을
우리를 가로막는 저 신은
저 해충들을 도려내라.
저들의 약점이 뻔히 보이는 게로군.
Check their stats.
묘여. 길을 열어라.
우리를 보고 무엇을 보니까. 침착하게 하늘을 대척하십시오. 지금은 좋았어.
They kind of insane.
방금 전에 위대한 일격을 기록하는 중간에 이따가 버스에서 회고해야 하지 않겠는가?
I kind of have no fucking clue what I'm looking for. 64 offense level. Five offense level
주군께서
difference?
찾아오시는 건
Oh shit, you're right.
아니. 말씀하십시오. 흑수묘,
12수의
뒷박질
기명.
중.
이 앞에 숨쉬는 자 누구 하나 살려보내지 마.
자, 숨통 끊기.
무상한 목숨. 불끄덕 지원했군. 방금 전에 위대한 일격을
일기당천.
이따가 버스에서 회고해야 하지 않겠니까?
목을 떨궈주마. 한 넘고 물 넘고. 고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나.
방금 전에 위대한 일격을 기록하는 중간에 이따가 버스에서 회고해야 하지 않겠니까?
가차. 죽어.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
가차 없고. 죽어라.
말로 고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이. 저 해충들을 도려내라. 넘고 물 넘고 오여. 길을 열어라.
비켜달라고 했잖아요.
오늘 부끄럽지 않았습니다. 의를 바로 세우는 데 일조하였으니 내일은 더 떳떳이 살아갈 수 있겠군요.
다음 배송지는
이상해.
다들 기운이 넘치는군.
행색이
역시
이상하다.
본인이 직접 선별한
그래도
용기를
이상해요.
Holy shit,
인당
that's
탑
pretty good.
파이가
What the fuck?
도움되는가?
다시의 이상을 함께 줬다.
흑수묘,
후위
뒷박질 중.
엄청나게 강한 일격을!
불쌍하게 울고지.
방금 전에 위대한 일격을 기록하는 중간에
12수
버스에서 회고해야 하지
이야
않겠는가?
토끼를 본다. 저 해충들을 도려내라.
저들의 약점이 뻔히 보이는 게로군!
묘여.
침착하게 하늘을 개척하십시오. 방금 전에 위대한 일격을 기록하는
시간
순간에
끌 것 없이
이제는 버스에서 회고해야지
모두
않겠는가?
다 지워버리죠. 튼튼하군요.
말로 받았다. 저 해수들을 도려내는 놈도 물 넘고 거꾸로 제쳐라. 오야 길을 열어라. 놈이 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
방금 전에 위대한 일격을 기록하는
일기당천.
순간에 이따가 버스에서 회고해야지 않겠는가?
Goodbye, Hongler.
물 넘고 거꾸로 제쳐라.
방금 전에 위대한 일격을 기록하는
시간
순간에
끌 것 없이
이따가 버스에서 회고해야지
모두
않겠는가?
지워버리죠. 가시럽군. 죽어. 이제 깨우치시게. 이제 깨우치시게.
끝내지.
오늘 부끄럽지 않았습니다. 의를 바로 세우는 데 일조하였으니 내일은 더 떳떳이 살아갈 수 있겠군요.
이런 임무는 뱀 중에서도 내가 제일이지.
Who's that? Oh shit. Hold on, his eyes... Something's definitely off here. He's not looking at us, he's... Away. Away with you. Did the high show make it into the exam hall? Limbless snakes dare trespass. Your hideous coils. I'll crush them to mulch under my hooves. I'll ground your filthy scales to dust. Does this say... No, it's not.
기운이 넘치는군.
흑슴
역시
뒷박질
성결한
춤.
용기를 북돋는
토끼를
영웅단 탑5가 도움이
저
원더풀한
해수들을
선택이었어.
도려내라.
현재 약점이 뻔히 보이는 게로군.
묘야 길을 열어라.
Can we not lose clashes, please? Ah.
무상한 목숨
Quit horsing around. Exactly.
불끈 지원해.
물 넘고 거꾸로 제쳐라.
자, 동료들이여, 자세를 갖추고 저들을
That's it.
맞이하세. 우리를 가로막는 저
12
시련을
세기며
해치우고 끝나지 않는
이 앞에
모험을 향하여.
누구나 살려 보내지 마라.
The gang is not hitting heads right now. That's not good. Oh no! Yikes.
흑수면 뒷발리춤.
Yikes.
시간이
적질 않나.
Oh yeah, that's an attack wave attack. It's gonna go too well.
적을 물어뜯고 너의 쓸모를 보여라.
목을 콱 물어버리자 기억해.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
용맹하게 싸운 그대여. 곧 되돌아올 것을. 이 거리는 충분해. 너한테 멀겠지만.
목을 떨고 주마.
자, 동료들이여, 자세를 갖추고 저들을 맞이하세. 우리를 가로막는 저 시련을 해치우고 끝나지 않는 모험을 향하여.
Damn, why is everything targeting fucking Faust? Okay. Go fuck this up, Rodeo.
이 전투는 승리할 거예요.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
이 거리는 충분해. 너한테 조금 멀겠지만. 이 마지막 돌격에 성패가 달렸네. 열쇠에 부딪혔으나 결국
목을 콱
승리의 서사가
물어버리자.
우리의 손에 의해 쓰일 것이니.
목을 떨고 주마. 목을 떨고 주마.
That's not good.
뭘 위해 지금까지 죽음을
그 어떤 모험에도 위기가 없던 적은 없었네. 그러나 이야기의 끝에는 언제나 승리뿐이었지. 그렇네. 바로 우리들의 이야기지.
This might be a little fucked. El Horso is a little bit scary.
이 전투는 승리할 거야.
도끼를 본다. 저 해충들을 도려내라.
틈새
Definitely the hardest fight in the game so far. Oh shit, actually?
묘야.
I thought I was just
길을 열어.
having trouble with it because I was win rating.
그들은 낙마하지 않을 것이네. 피를 흘리고
저쪽에 짙은
손이
날
떨어져.
생각해보라고.
결국 우위를 점했기 때문이지.
깨우치시게.
Hey, are you alright? My lady, she's in there. Please, you must. You're not looking so good. That's a nasty wound Li Hang gave you, starting to bleed again. Jia Zichun's Haisha will be here soon. Stay here and wait for their arrival. Don't you worry about a thing, Mr. Wei. Zichun's going to be just okay. Totally, did you forget who taught her? If only she hadn't chosen me then. She could have achieved such heights. She'd have risen much higher than where she now stands. Don't you know this already, Mr. Wei? Zichun became the hierarch to transform Hangyuan into a nest that serves its lowest. Then pre-nerf Li Hang took you almost 15 tries.
오늘
With the
부끄럽지
power
않았습니다.
of
의를 바로
Malfaust
세우는 데
and
힘을
Fluid Sac, anything is possible.
떳떳이 살아갈 수 있겠군요.
What? We're fighting this guy again? It was you? Your big sister Yuanchun's final exam? You just couldn't clash for shit? I got lucky with my rolls, I think. If you were going to kill me anyway, why don't you just take me out from the get-go instead of wasting all that time teaching me, pretending to be my master? I would hardly deem the hours spent in joy as wastes, would you? Well, I'm not even surprised. Daiguan Yuan's full of backstabbers anyway. Do not ever trust anyone who approaches you first. It is a saying that has saved a lot of lives in Hongyuan and the city. Normally those types of people wait until my guard is down to strike. He had plenty of opportunities to kill me during those classes. I gotta say, I forgot a bit of my edge when I was swinging those sticks. Heh. The one who hired me handed me, along with my payment, a silken bag of dried wolfsbane powder. So you were hired to poison me. Why didn't you? Ha! Why would I use that to claim my pupil's life when I could use it to pay off my tab and buy me a few bottles of quality wine at a local kejen? Which I did. They're precious enough to sustain 3 generations of family, eh? What? My life has thus far been one of rivers and footpaths, drifting hither and thither as the currents took me. A meaningless life of having gained nor left behind nothing. Your team kept getting nuked into oblivion, Wei kept dropping to negative 45 sanity, and made the rest of the fight blatantly impossible due to clashing issues. Ended up doing it with a full burn, but it was ridiculously hard. Is that fight even possible with syncing? And wouldn't you know it, This kid who had just become the next hierarch, for the first time in history of the family hierarchs I had seen, refused the true master of Hongyuan. Those with vision for the future of Hongyuan would grip the land as though it belonged to them. People have uploaded tons of 3-turn clears with Spice Bush, that's fucking hilarious. And Hongyuan, trapped in the grasp of a series of intrepid individuals, grew dark and suffocating. 5-turn with a solemn lament too, that's crazy. The other pupil, who initially seemed to have been included in the lessons as nothing more than an extra, may as well have forced the lessons out of me. And after a while of frolicking with the bumbling hierarch and a particularly nasty pupil, it seemed that I shared all that I know with the both of you. Despite the present circumstance, my lessons have all been without a speck of falsehood. Come then, never once have I taught a pupil who would fall at such a place, and if you do, I don't suppose you were a pupil of mine anyway. Do I hit the gong, or are we gaming?
중요한
Oh,
건
we're just hitting the
내가
gong.
어떤 사람인지 알게 하는 것.
Oh damn, she got
두렵지
aura.
않아. 자, 알고 있는 걸 전부 말해.
Holy fuck, that rupture is stacking up quick.
다른 누구도 아닌 나 자신을 들여다봐야 해. 꽃처럼 화려하면 바람처럼 가볍지만 벌처럼
Holy fucking moly. Oh. You know, Zichun, normally you would use a stronger skill to clash that.
그 해결사의 역경에 비하면
If only family hierarch candidate Zichun was as strong, that would be sick.
부끄럽지 않았습니다. 의를 바로
Hierarch,
세우는 일을 좋아했으니
American Irish daughter,
내일은
Ishmael.
더 떳떳이 살아갈 수 있겠군요.
뒷박질 시간. 흑수며 뒷박질 중.
역시 본인이 직접 선별한 용기를 부르는 영웅과 탑5가 도움이 되었다.
Absolutely massive S3. Here comes the Haunts.
어떤 상황이 닥쳐도 포기하지 마세요.
일기당식의
공격은 우리의 토지를 꿰뚫을 수 없을 테니.
제쳐라.
본인이 방금 뭘 본 것인가? 엄청나게 강한 일격을. 저들도 내가 물을 싫어하는 그토록 기피하는 것이 있었구나.
막아내자.
입 밖으로 꺼내는 것도
토끼를 본다. 저 해충들을 도려내라. 묘여, 길을 열어라.
방금 전에 위대한 일격을 기록하는 중간에
뒷박질 중.
버스에서 해봐야지 않겠는가?
넌 풀임을 키울 수도 없겠어.
비켜달라고 했잖아요.
방금 전에 위대한 일격을 기록하는
흑승류
중이라네.
뒷박질 중
버스에서 회고해야 될 테니까.
말로 받았다. 저 해초들을 도려내. 물넘고 꺾고 제쳐라. 오야, 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나. 넘고 무수히 넘고 얼마든지
Holy fuck, he has a fourth coin?
내 앞을 달리시오. 아시다, 능히 그리할 수 있어.
지원해.
숨통 끊기
켜달라고 했잖아요.
이상은 목숨. 불끈을 지원해.
He is really cool.
마침내 굴레 하나를 끊었어. 두려움 없이 나아갈 수 있는 아씨가 그리던 홍원이 한 걸음 더 가까워진 것이요. 그러니 언젠가 재회할 날
Damn.
꼭 내게도 은자를 풀어주시오. 내 그것만을 바라고 온몸에 피를 묻혀가며 쉼없이 달리고 있으니
필두 출진.
최고의 방책은 전쟁이 일어나지 않게 하는 것.
This is scripted, right?
좋아.
Or
구조를
was it supposed to last that long on the first coin?
전부 돈이라고.
They kept rolling the same number. Well, I got that, but like, that was just like random chance. That's wild.
지도자라면 동료를 포기하지 않아.
Now that's impressively sneaky. So they're not Beast of Hanyuan for nothing, eh? They just had to get between me and my pupil's spar. You've been working for Jia Yuanchan the whole time? Haven't you known me long enough by now to tell, brief as our acquaintance has been, my service is to no one but the bottle. To have all 12 masters squeeze into battle when things were just starting to get interesting is quite discourteous, don't you think? Yeah, and a master stabbing his pupil in her back isn't? Haven't I already given you a due complaint, my friends? Now that's one potent venom. I can feel it spreading through my veins. Listen here, snakes. Haven't I done you courtesy enough? Go back to your holes. I'll even drive you an excuse you could give to your lord. Say that you had to withdraw, as the night drifter of the Drunken Palm got in your way. We serve the same client. Might as well let me take all the blame for your failure, Fine. I didn't think you'd listen to someone who doesn't even hold your leash. Ooh-wee. Too bad, too bad. Well, guess we should at least make for a fair fight with all of her teachers being here and all. I never recalled teaching you to make a face like that in front of an enemy. At least one of my pupils knows what she's talking about. Perhaps I shall open myself a humble Wuguan here in Hongyuan once this contract is over. This is a
다들 기운이
Oh
넘치는
fuck,
것.
it is.
역시 본인이 직접 선별한 용기를 부르는 영웅당 탑5가 도움이 되었는가?
다시의 이상을 함께 줬다.
Dude, wait, Zichun's gonna be fucking carrying me, dude. What the fuck?
해달라고 했잖아요.
저들의 약점이 뻔히 보이는 게로군.
The win rate gameplay is diabolical. I'm gong rating now. We've evolved. It's a high dodge. Oh.
이런 일에 흔들리면 안 돼.
저기는 땅에 떨어졌네.
짐승들의
이제
제가
우리를 누가 막겠는가?
Oh, this guy, you're Dunzo, buddy. Or maybe not. Oh yeah, no, you're Dunzo. Except they have 500 hours and you're new. It's exactly like that.
무슨 술술해.
이거네. 보이셨다고 저런 것 좀.
짐승들의 제가를 풀겠다.
Fuck, that's a 46 roll. What the fuck?
마지막은 무념. 그 해골사의 역경에 비하면
Full stop Heathcliff type skill.
목을
Fucking
떨고
stronger than full stop Heathcliff. Why? I think it is.
물 넘고
That should stagger, right?
제쳐라.
There are slithering noises coming from above. Is it hard to recall your training outsider lessons? That your gaze is form as well. Your enemies will take notice if you don't stop constantly eyeing at the door like a novice. See, the snakes have already mobilized to close off that exit. Ah, you're stalling until the Haisho packs of the family hierarch arrive. Your strategies and thoughts are plain as day. The snakes are so impatient to complete the deed and slink back into their holes. The bumbling hierarch's promise to bring real change to Hongyuan has given rise to a certain intrusive thought that was put to sleep a long ago. Once upon a time, a blade fiend of an infamous syndicate earned himself the hollow honor of joining the 10 Blades of the East. Yet what use is all that, if he could not stop his little girl from passing on before her old man on a restructuring day? Damn, dude. The world averted its gaze from me, so I looked away in return. Leaving behind my rooms, my steel, I picked up a simple tree branch to be my sole companion as I drifted throughout the city. When I abandoned both my honor and my name, all that remained was a life of living for the sake of living, nothing more. And I believe the same fate would doubtless come for the rotten land of Hongyuan as well, just as it had for the useless drunk, devouring it in the surging darkness as the sun falls yonder. yet doubt reared its head for the first time. It is the rooster's cry that signals the night's end. Do you see? The sun rises, even in Hanyuan. Listen well, for your final lesson begins. Emptiness of sound. Keep the venom within, and let it not leave your tongue. Poor Drifter for real. Emptiness of form. One who aims to bring change to these lands must do so without the knowledge of curmudgeons too logged in wicked traditions to see a better path. Emptiness of mind. In Hanyuan, a land where even the sky lies out of sight, do not let your mind be too transparent. Do not let the Haisho stray from your presence again, not even for a moment. Rule of fear is a detestable thing indeed, yet you will gain nothing by appearing like an easy mark. Yes, master. Then do what you must. It won't be very becoming of the hierarch of Hanyuan to let live a fell assassin who dared to make an attempt at her life. Very good. Emptiness makes for such a pleasant sight, doesn't it?
무형. 마지막은 무념.
Oh, well, that's... Dude! That's so not cinematic. That would have been so fucking cool if that was how he... That was the final skill that hit him. That's the cutscene, by the way? The special one? Oh, sick. When the unsieved dregs of old cloudy wine settle and the bitter life is left behind, the clear, crisp waters shall spring forth, twinkling under the sun's apricity. Damn. 2 messages in your number 1. Cool.
또 한 줄 길을 남겼군. 핏물진 길일 뿐이지만 세월이 지나면
Shit.
홍호는 그제야 알게 되겠지. 이 홍로가 무얼 받고
주군께서 계명을 허락하셨어요. 마침내 동문의 드글거리는 해충을 꿰찌르고 흑입할 시간이 찾아온 거죠.
Chimkin. I hear that there was a rather unsavory incident at the most recent exam. I must say, it is fortunate that no important blood has been spilled during it. A nameless, faceless man infiltrating the living quarters of Daguan Yuan. I'd only be glad that he met the deserved fate. Anyone who was at the site could attest to the fact that my guests and I were assaulted by Haisho, C Branch as well. If anyone's going to be held responsible, don't you agree that the blame should fall squarely on whoever decided to send the snakes up to that particular location at that specific time, Big Sister Yuan-chun? Is that so? Yet they testify that their presence was only to eliminate the Drifter of the Night who dared sneak into Daguan Yuan. Earlier than your own Haisho pack, even. Yeah, not only did you get me a new master, in your own impatience to see my growth, asked that same master to harm me. You've certainly outdone yourself, sister. He was nothing more than a boorish executioner of Hanyuan who was willing to do anything for money. I hope you won't be blaming your dear sister for the crime that man has committed independently, out of his own volition. Zichun, I believe this only reinforces my argument that the people of Daguan Yuan aren't the only people here who believe that you are terribly out of your depth for the task. But Yuan-chun, I've learned so much thanks to you. Rest assured, I won't ever forget those lessons. I understand that many of you may be unhappy or frustrated with me. booze, not money. It's true. But you know what? And what's an undeniable truth? That I am still the legitimate victor of the family hierarchy war. Sure, big sister Yuan-chan might know more about the details of Hong Yuan's administration for now. She might fill your pockets for now, but in the long run, you know she does not have Hong Yuan's best interests at heart. Inadequate I may be, but I am still the CED here at H Corp, and you, dear big sister, are a temporarily visiting outsider from Q Corp. As its hierarch, I know exactly what Hong Yuan needs, and I will give the best of my efforts to bring my vision for this land to reality. A place where no one needs to live in fear, a place where no one does not need to project fear. Yes, that is my vision for Hong Yuan, for H Corp. I never would have known a month ago that our hierarch had such vast ambitions. She's really saying it. The 4 great houses and I, we ruled and knew this land like the back of our hands before you were even a fetus. Indeed, I can tell. I suppose that's why Dagwan Yuan's growth never seemed to stop, while more and more people outside it seemed to be falling to their deaths from their homes with every restructuring day. Don't you know the plastic nature of humanity? People will get used to the shadows when heavens are shrouded. So if you won't cooperate with us, we will... No, I'm not the one who needs to cooperate. I am the hierarch. Besides, your us is done. Respected members of the board, I believe I've clearly explained my will. Forget about all of your under-the-table deals, and vote with your hearts. You seem very confident, Zichun. In case you didn't know, winning those exams has nothing to do with guaranteeing the results of the vote of no confidence. Oh yeah? I don't know. At this point, the vote seems like a mere formality to me. On what grounds? Just a hunch, not that you'd understand. Harumph. 'Tis true. With how often she's changing the conditions of these tests and votes, we can hardly trust her to be consistent. That is indeed in stark contrast with the hierarch who promised 30 days of return time and met it precisely on the dot. It is clear which one of them should provide more stability for administrative purposes. I must have misjudged her in the past. She's not petty, she knows when to be serious, and I think she's got a good grip on the gravity of war without being consumed by the fear of it. And, you remembered my name. With her eloquent strategic prowess and boldness, I believe that the current family hierarch is well equipped, qualified for her position. I also have faith that she will not ill-treat those of lower station than her. If she's got the handle of how to treat the heart of the smallest child, then I believe she has the capacity to tend to the hearts of those larger as well. While I would be remiss to judge so quickly, she has shown remarkable change and improvement over a short period of time. I say she is someone of rare talent we mustn't lose so easily. Omitted. She's been at the center of all kinds of fun, entertaining events in the world as I lost and gained my neck. Just think about the amusement she'll bring as the family hierarch. Like I said, a mere formality. A state of crisis specifically refers to a situation in which the family hierarch is unable to perform their duties, or is affected by serious physical or mental impairment. I am both sound of mind and body, and I can handle all duties appertaining to the seat of the family hierarch, which means that your services are no longer needed here, not they ever were, big sister. Don't you think you've more than overstayed your welcome by now? Here I was wondering what you were doing with this ragtag group of half-wit nobodies like your brother. I suppose you didn't spend the whole month lounging around. Very well, savor this little victory for a while. I understand that it was quite a significant endeavor for you to attain it. Be safe on your way home, big sister. And please, do watch your health. You've always been a sickly child come winter, haven't you? Remember that the only way is down once you've reached the peak. Here goes the perfect opportunity to take control of Hong Yuan. But our time shall come. Hong Yuan without the Jian Huang worm will fall behind and get crushed under the wheels of progress. Nothing. Bai said that he smells no fragrance from me anymore. Don't let that linger on your heart, little Bao Chai. Crawling in the muck alongside those lowly plebeians must have dulled with his senses. Am I even useful to you anymore? Bai won't come back. I can't make him come back. I understand that now. At least not. Come with me to Q Corp. Huh? But even my own family has cast me out. What could I possibly do? Have I not given you my word? Then I can make him return. The strategies of old say that one must stir trouble in the east and strike from the west. Now that trouble has stirred in H Corp, they will hardly have the withdrawal to fix their eyes upon the goings of Q Corp. When the time comes, your fragrance shall spread beyond H Corp to Bayou. I trust that he will never sit idly by when danger threatens Jia Zichun. But I have nothing. Poor little Bao Chai, even you are blinded to the shadows cast by your own lamplight. Allow me to illuminate what use you may be to me, worry not. I am your only remaining light, after all, aren't I? You are. Damn, she got dripped out! We're finally leaving this place for real, huh? Zichun will be heading out soon. Yeah, whatever. Get your butts out of here, please. Don't even think about looking back. Hey, if we ever get the chance... Yeah, fat chance. I'm sure we've both had more than our fill of each other for this lifetime. Besides, I'll be too busy to go anywhere for a while anyway. We do hate Yuan Shun here. Well then, if you ever need our help, our line's always open. Hey, I'm the family hierarch. Who needs whose help now? You truly wear authority well now. Speaking of which, you still have to stay here in Hongyuan, don't you? Did you find a place to stay? No, not yet. Why don't you just stay here for a little bit, instead of going out there again and risk getting scammed? Yihongyuan's open, you know? Oh my, for all that get out, go away, and don't even think about coming back. Seems to me you're pretty sad to see us go, aren't you? Who said that? I'm just extending my generosity and giving you an opportunity to be more efficient. Remember your last attempt at finding a lodging here? The whole building melted away. Anyways, I'll let everyone know that your party is free to enter and leave Daguanyuan whenever you want, so use it if you want. Oh, verily, to be an educator of another was a task most daunting. Did the lass even teach a proper class? Oh, don't tell me your class consisted of her showing off those figurine collections and forcing the students to sit through another one of them obscure lore summaries? Well, Heath, I sure hope you didn't let Sinclair completely walk all over you, haha. Haha, I sure hope Rhodia didn't get totally get shown up in her own area of expertise. That's Oi, smoky lass with a penchant for abbreviation. How'd your classes go? Did you manage to teach them anything, or did you just abbreviate your way through the whole lesson? Man, speaking of which, don't think I've seen you smoking in a while. NSIF, okay? Haha, yeah, no smoking in front of kids. I remember you saying something about how it's totally against common sense to smoke in front of a kid. Speaking of which, you had some awesome tricks up your sleeve, Ryoshu. I never thought you'd know how to do things like that. People learn when there's a need. Damn. Bummer we didn't get to sit in on each other's classes. It would have been nice to see different sides of everyone. You've seen them off with surprising stoicism, my lady. Haven't you been repeatedly eyeing their departure date on the calendar over and over with a look that could just as well be mournful? Gosh, that's because I couldn't wait for those freeloaders to get off my back. They gotta stay until Arknight's collab, that's crazy. Well, now that now that their company has departed, I suppose peace shall reign over Daguanyuan for a while. My lady, I believe you are now prepared to stand alone against whatever trial that comes your way. Are you leaving, Wei? Yeah, I know. I also know that I'll carry the lessons they've taught me in my heart for a long time. That was a really good Intervallo, holy shit. That was like the best. Now, the real question is, will they make me download that 22-byte PNG? And the answer is yes, they will.
이 시간이야말로 초롱이 빛나기에 제일 탁월한 이 시간이야말로
Okay, that's it for the stream for me tonight. Thanks for watching. I have to go do homework. Hopefully stream next Saturday. I don't know. I doubt I'll be able to stream during the week. Shit, what's next Saturday? Oh yeah, next Saturday is fine. Good morning.